Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Today, it's the 30th of October. My name is Derek America. I'm the chairperson of Mobility. And we're not dealing exclusively with mobility today. As we know that all of us who are present here have experienced the Malta's journey since the 1st of April. But let me heartily welcome the ministers, the HODs, and all the senior leadership of both the Department of Infrastructure and that of Mobility here today. I know that the euphoric spirit is still burning very bright in our souls and warms the cockles of our hearts after we have experienced the positive emotions the past weekend, and I hope it's going to spill over in our engagements today. So today we will reflect and deliberate on the annual report of a department which no longer exists, as we all know, and that is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which also incorporated transport. So since the 1st of April, two different departments were created, one being the Department of Infrastructure. The elements of mobility, I wouldn't put it transport, mobility was extracted from it, and together with government motor transport was then sort of channeled and into a new department, which is then called mobility. And for that reason, we have two ministers, one Minister Simmers, who is the Minister of Infrastructure, and Minister Mackenzie, who is the Minister of Mobility. We also have two HODs here present today. That is Ms. Jackie Gooch, who were the HOD of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and Transport. And then we have Ms. Marissa Moore, who is the current Minister of Mobility, Minister, HOD of Mobility. Sorry, premature promotion. So this meeting will, largely impact upon those officials and HUDs and both ministers who were then part of the old department. And we vacillated between role responsibility. At one stage, Minister Mackenzie was the chairperson of the Standing Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. I was a member, and then we swapped roles. These things do happen, unfortunately, but the continuity continued to exist. So, vote 10 is what we're dealing with today, and I was hoping that we could neatly delineate the different elements of the annual report of the Department of Public Works and Transport, but it is not as easy as that. So we will just have to deal with it in such a way that enable us to ask the necessary critical questions and engagement. And I'm very convinced, given the history of that department, that there will not be an iota of hesitancy to respond adequately to the questions posed by members. So we have invited both departments here today, that being, as it is now, mobility and infrastructure, and we will then deliberate on one report. The only different part of the report that we will deliberate on separately would be that of government motor transport. So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, that our meeting is live streamed on YouTube. Not unfortunately, it is live streamed on YouTube, but unfortunately, we do not have interpretation services available. The interpreters we have arranged for this meeting actually had to take up another commitment, which is a public hearing in Stellenbosch this morning, and hence we are left without a trilingual interpretation. So I would urge members, if at all possible, that we could engage our discussion and deliberation in English, and if need be, we will find a way, given the resourcefulness of engineers, accountants, etc., to navigate around that. So with that said, I'm going to ask the members to introduce themselves. I'm Derek America, as stated earlier. On my left-hand side is our procedural officer, Johan Kutsia, and then I will then move over to our members to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Andrikus van der Westhuizen.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Ministers, HOD, and the rest of the department. I'm Lulama Mvimbi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning to both ministers and both HODs and the staff as a whole. My name is Mbulelo Isaac Silego.
Dear members, Mr. Kutsi, do we have any apologies that you will?
Chair, no apologies, works.
Okay, without any further introductions and apologies, I'm going to hand over. Unfortunately, we have a large posse of officials present, and I'm not going to ask each and every official to introduce themselves. I will restrict it to the HUDs and the ministers, and as we participate in the discussion, I would urge, if there's a response from my right-hand side, that the individual will then identify him or herself. Minister, over to you. I would like you to introduce yourself, and thereafter, and the HUDs, thereafter, I'm going to ask you first, infrastructure, looking at the size of budget, to have a word of welcoming and a few opening remarks. Thereafter, I'll move over to Minister Mackenzie and then to the two HODs. Minister, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, Tertia Simmers, Minister of Infrastructure, but for the function of today, I was also the Executive Authority for the now former Department of Transport and Public Works Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. Ricardo Mackenzie, Provincial Minister of Mobility.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members of the committee. Jackie Gooch, HOD of Infrastructure and former HOD of Transport and Public Works.
Good morning, Chair. Marissa Moore, HOD Mobility.
Thank you so much for the brief introduction, Minister Simmers. Handing back to you if you wish to make a few opening remarks, and thereafter, Minister Mackenzie.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And firstly, good morning to you and the members of the Standing Committee, also to my colleague, the Honourable Minister Ricardo Mackenzie, our two HODs and the entire team of Infrastructure and Mobility. Honourable Chairperson, it is said that for any institution to know exactly what their performance is and where they are and if they are on par, there are certain key yardsticks with which we measure such a institution by. And for us, obviously, it is the annual reports, which is a very crucial compilation of reports and documentation which is serving before the Standing Committee today, which will reflect on the 12-month performance. But needless also to say, we are also winding up, just like we did human settlements a few weeks ago. We are also winding up the now former Department of Transport and Public Works. So I would love to firstly thank the executive team present here with me today of what is now the former Department of Transport and Public Works. You will note for the year under review that we have actually done quite a lot. Astonishingly, with refresh and all that it entailed, we managed to stay on course. Obviously, Chairperson, I had the honor of being the executive authority for the now former department for the year under review. And while I do not take away much for what will be presented here today by the team itself, I do want to start by commending the entire department, because it's not about an individual, it's about the entire team, given the sheer size of the former Transport and Public Works, that played a crucial role in ensuring that we continued our effort to deliver quality services to the people of the Western Cape. But one would love to reflect on the mission statement of the former department, which I would love to read. The former mission statement was to tirelessly pursue the delivery of infrastructure and transport services that are inclusive, safe, and technologically relevant, seeking to heal, skill, integrate, connect, link, and empower every citizen in the Western Cape, driven by passion, ethics, and a steadfast commitment to the environment and people as our cornerstone. It is to that share that I will focus on that which is relevant to the infrastructure component of that specific mission statement. In terms of empowerment, and which you will see in the annual report before you, the former department managed to create 4,457 job opportunities and 1,337 full-time equivalents through the EPWP program. Also, through a program that is distinctive to our department in this province, we also have the Masaki Sizwe Bursary Program, where 49 new bursaries were awarded, increasing the number of active students and beneficiaries to 144 studying either through UCT, the University of Stellenbosch, or CPUT. This further signifies the department's commitment to the development and empowerment of our youth in the province, but also the skill sets required to build the Western Cape of the future. In our contractor development program, 95 beneficiaries participated for the year in review. It is worth noting that this was essentially the first full year post-COVID-19 lockdown regulations in terms of the empowerment component. But let's me zoom into each branch, Honourable Chairperson. In terms of roads, now probably this is our biggest portfolio in terms of budget project scale. So the roads infrastructure is part of the National Contractor Development Program. We managed to attract and register 81 participants in terms of our contractor program. When I visited some of the sites for the year under review, I was also glad to see local communities being represented during some stage of a specific project's duration. So much so that there were 3,195 work opportunities created and 803 full-time equivalents in terms of this branch's performance. And I think the recent flood recovery projects will certainly have indicated to you, Chair, and members, the quality and competency within our branch roads as the Western Cape, and one needs to applaud them even for the year under review. In terms of health infrastructure, Honourable Chair, we completed 10 new construction projects, such as the 23 million rand Gouda Clinic in November 2022. We are in an age where mental health awareness is spoken quite a lot about. And Chair, in 2022, we completed 2 of these facilities, one in Ceres as well as one in Glenwilliam. These are areas where these services are at times needed most, but often not available for the public. In terms of education infrastructure, our recent studies have shown that 8 out of 10 pupils are unable to read with comprehension. And this will require contribution by all sectors and the whole of society approach to avert this problem into the future. And in the year under review, I'd like to believe that we played our little part by completing 8 new projects, either by building new schools or adding new classrooms as well. In conclusion, Chair, before I hand over to my colleague to focus on the other component of the former department, a lot was achieved despite very trivial moments also in the year under review. A standout highlight, I think, for all of us, which must be a proud closure of the chapter of Transport and Public Works and Roads, is this department has managed to attain the 11th consecutive clean audit, a phenomenal accomplishment, which is an entire team's accomplishment, not just one individual within this department. But we also managed to spend 99.8% of our entire budget. And given that you said this is a department with a very, very big budget, that must also be applauded. But now I will do a quick winnable rugby pass to my colleague, and I've paved the way. He will now drive us further. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies if my voice sounds a bit hoarse. It has been an extraordinary weekend. As we all know, it's our 4th time we won the Rugby World Cup. And to those of us who grew up playing school rugby, it was always a dream to see this happen continuously. And I have to say thank you to the Springbok. It's something that we all needed. With load shedding announced less than 24 hours later, everything that's going wrong in the country, I think we all need a lift me up moment. And I think this Rugby World Cup certainly is. And I'm proud of what the Bokkers achieved. And I think we all should be proud as a country that we produced such an incredible quality of team, an incredible quality group of people that can represent us at such a global stage. And it should not be underestimated. I was in Mitchell's Plain and hosted people there, and driving from Mitchell's Plain through Grassy Park on the way home after the game, you can see the streets. Everybody knows Busy Corner. I haven't seen Busy Corner closed yet. People were standing on the corners, singing, cheering. It was an incredible moment, and one should not underplay that. And I'm proud to wear my Bok t-shirt this morning because I'm proud to be a Springbok supporter, and I'm always proud to be a Springbok supporter. So just on that note, and thank you to my colleague. I mean, as we've heard before, 11 years of clean audit. It's an extraordinary achievement. And I want to thank the team that has led us. And what you've seen during the Rugby World Cup, through all the games, it wasn't just about one person. We've seen extraordinary performances from individual. And I always tell my younger brother, because he's a Lionel Messi fan, if you put Lionel Messi up against a team of 11 players, he will lose. But because no matter how good you are, you need that support structure behind you to drive that strategy forward. And we've seen it with the Bok team. On different days, different players were at their best. On some days, some players were not at the best, because it's a team sport. It's a team sport, and that's the reason they won the Rugby World Cup. Doesn't matter how you win, ugly win, they call it. It's a win, and we won. And I think this 11 years of clean orders show the tenacity, the hard work, the professionalism of this team over the last 11 years. So I want to thank the team led by Jackie Gooch, Chantel, and everybody that is here this morning for setting that great foundation. And I'm proud to have started working with the team towards the end of their joint tenure as Transport Works and Public Works, and now running the mobility section. And if you look at what, if anything, epitomizes mobility, it was Peter Steph with his 28 tackles. because the movement of the ball was just not about transport. It was about movement. It was about getting from one point to another safely. And he stopped the All Blacks with his attacks and getting safely to our try line. Similar Chester and Kobe, we saw what Arendse did. And I think that is what mobility is about. It's about transforming, getting people where they need to go. And, the extraordinary work done by this department, it's just a testament to how our Bokke has displayed a sense of mobility. And I want to start by just echoing some of the sentiments that my colleagues have said, but I also want to add the following, particularly when it comes to the mobility part and what we have achieved. And I think I want to start with our provincial traffic officers. And I always say, Chairperson, the message is not going to change because facts don't change about who says it. Our provincial traffic officers plays an incredible and remarkable role in our province. And traffic officers, like any receptionist or security guards, is the face of your business. They're the first people that you see when they enter the Western Cape. You don't see the provincial ministers, you don't see the head of department, you don't see the mayor. The first person you see when you enter the Western Cape is our provincial traffic officers. And the quality and the hard work of individuals that we have and has been led by the various team has shown exactly who they are. Chairperson, our traffic officers don't function in a vacuum. They function in a space where they have access to technology, which is our provincial transport hub, which enables them to do their work on the team. We've seen a few months ago, one of our officers was sadly and terribly shot, but he survived. I went to visit him in Caledon. When you have the best technology, it helps you to identify some of the errant vehicles. And we've seen that through the work of my predecessors and the quality of our technology that we use in the Western Cape on our high-performance vehicles is definitely something that we all should be proud of. We should be proud of it because the effective implementation of our transport hub, of our technology, will help make the lives of our traffic officers safer on the road. Because we have to remember that these men and women have families. When they leave the house in the morning, like any law enforcement officer, you don't know who and what they're going to encounter on the road. That traffic officer that morning, and similar to our traffic officer in Eisner, when they leave homes in the morning, when they pull over vehicles or cars or taxis, they don't know the state of mind of the individual driving the car. They don't know the risk they're facing with. So when they have the right technology, it enables them to reduce the risk. Say this is a wanted driver, this driver is likely to be a higher risk, and that just helps them making it safer for them as well. Because when you have the face of your business under threats and being unsafe and being at risk, then the rest of your business is going to be at risk because people are going to get through, and we see the increase in crime and several other matters. So there's a lot I can say about the mobility department. I can speak for hours now, the way I'm hyped up after the World Cup win. But I think I'm going to leave it to the standing committee and to guide us and to our officials who's worked extraordinary work for the last 11 years to get us where we are today. And again, I want to thank them all, to those that are here, those that are not here, those that have been through difficult changes, because change is difficult. I can just imagine being Mani Lebok, the way you were left out of the team. But it wasn't about him. It was about every single player in their team. It is not easy being left out, but it was every single player. And the result is we have won the World Cup. That's what teamwork is about. It's about the collectiveness of getting to the end result. It's not just about Ricardo. There's a team, and if we work together as a team, because some days I'm going to be at my best. Some days I'm not going to be at my best. And I expect the rest of the team to carry us through. So we won the World Cup. He done incredible games. At some point, he was at his best. At some point, he was not at his best. But we won the World Cup. And that is what it's ultimately about. And this team has gone through a lot of changes the last few years. They've seen various MECs. They've seen now the refresh program. They've seen the departments being split, people moving to different buildings. It is not easy. It is not easy, but I know with the professionalism and the work that they've demonstrated to get us to this point, we will get over the hurdle and work hard like the box and will the next World Cup, which is another clean audit, and continue to deliver the services. So the team in here, to the teams that are not with us, to the guys on the road, to the guys at the freight operations, working and trying to deal with the massive challenge of the collapse of Transnet. So those teams have got an incredible hard work, to our transport operations teams, to working on Go George, Golden Arrow. There are many teams, players in this team, mobility, which is ultimately the BOC team, in trying to drive us forward. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this team and leading this team and take mobility to the next level. And I think that is just a few words on my side. Thank you, Chairperson.
There we go. Thank you, Minister Simmons and Minister Mackenzie, for those words of introduction, contextualizing the context in which we're going to deliberate. I'm going to hand over to HOD Gooch for opening remarks, and then to Ms. Moore for opening remarks, and then we will take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Both ministers have already sketched a fair degree of the context for what was the Department of Transport and Public Works for the year under review. So I'm not going to repeat anything that they've indicated. Certainly as a team, everybody has done tremendous work in trying to make sure that we continue to live up to the standards that have previously been set. And I do trust and appreciate that the engagement with the committee today, where we perhaps don't have the necessary information at our fingertips, we will certainly provide that as the respective departments where necessary, and be able to respond as much as we can with the issues or questions that you may have. Certainly also the GMT team, I'd like to acknowledge a similar point in terms of their performance, along with DTBW around the 11th clean audit for a trading entity. And just to acknowledge that it's my understanding that across the country, that this department, or the makeup of the department, is the only one that has actually achieved this consistently from a performance and clean audit perspective. So it does speak to the systems and the processes and procedures that were in place. Of course, nothing is perfect. There is always room for improvement, and certainly I do believe that that is taken forward in the Department of Infrastructure and the Mobility Department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. Ms.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much to add except to say that I am honoured to take over a successful team. I am glad to be led in to lead, and it is lovely to walk into a space that is a hard-working team with good results. So just thank you for the team.
That's it. Just want to latch on to one of the elements that Ms. Gooch raised in a few remarks, and Minister Mackenzie also alluded to it, and Minister Simmons, in the sense that it's about, the 11th clean audit and the records. Ms. Mackenzie, just to latch on to your enthusiasm for the BOC win over the weekend. It's a record 4th World Cup. I think what Ms. Gooch was saying, to achieve that achievement is about systems that it's in place and its processes, etc. But from that, it is there. It's been cultivated over many years, and because everybody knows what his or her responsibilities are, and they execute it to the best of their ability. But I think that what's also of significance is and my observation over time, that past 4.5 years I've been here, it's also a culture of accountability, a culture of responsibility that's been permeated from the top. That we all know what we need to do, and how we need to do it, when we need to do it, and take responsibility for that. So we have the processes in place, because those are all technical things, and we can all master technical capabilities if we have the intellectual capacity to do that. But to develop a culture of doing the right thing all the time takes time, and it gets sort of engendered by leadership in particular. And there's just one sort of management guru, Peter Drucker, who famously, after his BHAG sort of mantra went stale over the years, came up with something new, being that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I think that you may have the best of strategies, although it is very important. If we don't have the right culture, then whatever strategy you develop and try to promote will not achieve the success that you want. And changing the culture of any organization is the quickest way to achieve the desired outcomes and results that you wish your organization to achieve. And with the change that we have all experienced, was tumultuous. It was lots of uncertainty. There will be cultural shifts in terms of the new ministers and the new HODs, etc. But so I hope that, that whatever has been developed over time will then spill over into our new sort of environments, so that we could, with human settlements becoming part of the infrastructure, will then be influenced by the culture that existed in the infrastructure. So, we can only but in admiration, look at our officials and experience the work that they do with the quarterly reporting and accountability in the form of questions that members pose, but also in terms of the interaction that senior management, ministers have with us plebs, colleagues here that sometimes ask the uncomfortable questions. And for that, I probably should have been my closing speech. I would just want to say thank you. So with that, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we're going to open the floor for questions. The first part, or the second part, we've done with the first part, is an open meeting. If there are any members of the public who are present, would like to pose a question, that particular person, organization, or persons will be given an opportunity after we have deliberated on the content of the report. And then we will take it from there. So the first section, we're going to deal with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So as I was saying initially, may not be so neatly delineated in terms of whatever aspect we're going to be dealing with. So I'm going to open it up for members, and they could pose the questions on all three sections we'll be dealing with, and that is A, B, and D. And thereafter, we will have a tea break, a very brief one, and then we will return and deal with GMT. I'll hopefully later get feedback from my colleague who is the chairperson of SCOPA, whether we will move the times so that the department does not have to return at 3 or 3 o'clock, but much earlier after lunch, so that your time is so much more pricier and costly than our times. So we didn't want you to sit here the whole day. So that's it, colleagues. It's over to you. If you pose a question, please refer to the page in the book that you are referring to, just to make it easy for whoever is responding to the question could have a fuller context of the question that you'd like to that you're posing. And then over to you. I recognize Honorable van der Westhuizen and Honorable Mbimbi and Honorable Seleku. So in that order, colleagues, the questions will be posed by all three. I would like members to restrict the questions to a maximum of 3 in the first round, and thereafter we'll get the response, and then we'll open the floor for a second round of questions, and then we take it to a third or a fourth round, whichever, whatever is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the introductions. But my first question is on page 12 of the annual report of the department in terms of the number of registered vehicles that decreased. Now, this seems to be going against the general impression that the number of vehicles on our roads are actually increasing every year. I think it's more than 2% per annum. So perhaps if you could just give us an indication of your explanation for that statistic and whether it's perhaps a matter of lawlessness, increasing lawlessness, so that people do not register the vehicles. The second one on page 13 regarding the impoundment fees. Now, we know that in the last few months, the whole issue of impoundments have come to the fore. And my impression is that from that sentence, the fact that we are not changing our impoundment fees means that the Western Cape's fees might be somewhat higher than what the case might be in the other provinces. So perhaps if you could just, confirm whether that is indeed the case, and whether in future years we may have to lower our impoundment fees. And while I'm on the topic of impoundments, Chair, over the last few months often read in the newspaper of a taxi task team, of which the Provincial Department of Transport or Mobility now is I think not only a role player, but I think you might be the convener of those meetings as well. Although that name, taxi task team, does not appear in the report. I think the official name is somewhat different from what we read in the newspapers. So perhaps, Chair, if we could just have responses to that. And then the last question for this round, the leasing of state housing. I know that in many cases we have challenges with our lease agreements, in the sense that there are people have got all kinds of reasons for rental boycotts, etc. And also, for example, and I also wear the cap of the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Agriculture. I know, for example, that next to Elsenburg, there's an area called Valdrai. And many of those people are supposed to be assisting on the Elsenburg side, on the research farms, etc. But the current inhabitants of those homes are not linked to Elsenburg anymore. They work for the municipalities and other employers, and many of them might be unemployed as well. So my question is just how much progress has there been in formalizing that situation, in ensuring that people do pay what you call here the prescribed tariffs for state housing? To what extent are we still struggling with boycotts? And obviously we do not want to evict people, but I think we do need to get at least agreements in place for that state housing. Thank you for this round.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once again, greetings to everybody, and also welcoming the report, the annual report that is in front of us. My questions are going to be very general in nature and specific, especially in relation to the forward of the minister. In this case, is the previous minister, but obviously, if two ministers can respond to that, by all means, and of course the HOD as well. It's in relation to page 17, the Western Cape Mobility Department. The Western Cape Mobility Department will continue to formalize and improve minibus taxi services. Now, maybe it might be good if the minister and the HOD, actually both ministers, just to maybe enlighten more on this. This formalization, is it to subsidize the taxi industry, or will it be to take over that service and give it to the bus services, as we see? Because especially with the movement of this My City in most of the areas, because it's what we've seen in most instances. Because I'm saying this because there was an initiative, the Blue Dot, which I still think was a good thing. And I think elsewhere in the report, the department do touch on that it was a very good thing, but we stop it. Why do we stop something that was good? And I don't think it's correct, Minister and the HOD, that when we cannot implement something, we must always say national government must give the money. If we are a provincial government, we are sitting with reserves. When we look at most of the department, even the treasury, now the reserves, it's not that we are wasting money when we're using reserve. It's when government, there are public challenges. That's where the state intervenes, using, even when the economy gets problem, most of the time it's never the private sector that intervene. It's all, that's why everybody say the state must intervene, So now, at what stage are we really going to begin to assist this industry, subsidize it? Whether you say formalizing it, I wouldn't even want us to say we must even use fancy words and say formalize it, because at the present moment it's working, but they just need to be subsidized. Of course, the response might be, no, where else has it been subsidized? We can start in the Western Cape. There's nothing wrong with that. We always want to set good example, Chairperson, don't we? So there's nothing wrong in starting with it. But I would also just want to maybe elaborate more on the I know it's not the first time the issue of the voucher is being raised, the voucher scheme. What is it and how is it going to be implemented? I wanted to ask most of my 3 questions, Chairperson, so that maybe can just come back with follow-ups or if they, based on the responses that were given. Now, if we look at on page 96, that's page 96, I'm looking at the projects that are being done there. It's a program contribute to specific outcomes, outputs, but I'm looking at the project, the contract that are there, but there's one specific contract I'm looking at. Maybe it's not the department that is doing it. I think it's the upgrading of the road in, I don't know, is it Louis Fourie or in Mosselbaai? Is it Louis Fourie? Yeah, but I don't see it there. I was trying to look, is it not part of this? The reason I'm asking it, I know there are problems we are experiencing there. And most of the problem that we are experiencing there, Chairperson, is empowerment problem. You know, we're 30 years now, next year into democracy. Why we still cannot have big black companies doing this multi-million contract is beyond me. Now, part of the problem of that contract, maybe, I don't know, is it not, if it's not the provincial government infrastructure program, you must say so, you don't have to answer it. But if it is, why is it not listed here? Because part of the problems that are in that project is that the 30% that is supposed to be given to black companies is not being given. Somewhere, somehow, big contractors find ways of ducking and diving that through the contract, and it's a big outcry. So if it's not part of the government program, because I was expecting to see it, so you don't really have to answer on it. But if it is, why is it not in here? And then maybe if those challenges, is the department attending to those challenges? The last question, Chairperson, is the third? Okay,
Thank you. That's the third one. I'll give you another part of the cherry. Honorable Sleku.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Chair, we are closing a DTPW, and then when you close, you close, and then you don't expect anything that you can, because when we're not gonna deal with this matter, so I'm a little bit limited because we are closing it down, and so it will limit my contribution as well. But I will also try to contribute to the discussion, trying to bring the human factor into it. And I will start with where Member Mvimbi has left off, and then go to page 20. The reason I'm asking this is because of the statement that these challenges of a particular concern, given that the department is both supply chain and project intensive. And there's a range of challenges that has been mentioned here from pages 20 and up to 21. And I just wanted to hear from the department, how would they say that they, as a department, have been dealing with those challenges, to the best of their abilities of what should be the challenge, what are other challenges that is actually, making it difficult for them to actually put this actual matter to bed. And also latching on is the same question with an extension, is the issue of the 30%. If I remember correctly, last week I had a similar question raised to Provincial Treasury, where they said that 30% policy directive was abolished. It was actually abolished, so I just want to get some clarity in that regard, because they said within the Western Cape we don't consider the 30% because we give more. So I just want to give, in terms of policy, certainty, is the issue of the 30% in terms of preferential procurement processes for up and coming businesses still there, or was it abolished and there's a new one? so that we don't get confused in terms of our line of questioning. And then I will go to pages 45. And then this one would go basically to transport. It's issues that have been made. There's a range of issues that has been mentioned in terms of key service delivery challenges, Minister Mackenzie. And one of issues, the safety of individuals, because GABs, year in and year out, GABs is at risk. They are being stoned, and there's a lot of robberies. I would just like to know whether whether are we winning this fight? Are we winning this fight? And what is it? What extra can we do, to minimize? Because we are confronted with an issue where we are actually destroying the same services that is supposed to take us to the next level, so that, because it does not make sense. And another issue also is the issue of continued fraud and corruption at our testing centers. This thing seems not to die. What is it that you can do? Or what else can we do to make sure that we deal with these elements, of these officials that are actually, committing these wrong things at these particular centers? And lastly, it's the issue of education facilities and health facilities, which is beautiful. It's beautiful, the kind of work that the department is doing in terms of bringing up these centers. But then I just want to know, aren't you not worried that what we are currently experiencing in terms of human settlement projects or in terms of construction mafia, that it would come to you? Because I don't want to sit with you and then you tell me that there's a problem. It's happening in human settlements. How are you going to make sure that it does not affect these initiatives going forward? Surely you must put measures in place, because there is something happening in human settlements that we are dealing with in terms of construction. So, and currently has not affected you for now, but surely you must be sure, maybe able to tell us and take us into your confidence that you are going to be very proactive, because we cannot find ourselves in a similar situation as what you are currently confronted with in human settlements. Those are the three for the first round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Sireko. Ministers, you will deal with the questions and direct it to the appropriate person that will also assist you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I'll execute the power of delegation to the HOD, and she'll further delegate, sub-delegate. I think the three matters in terms of infrastructure, because the bulk of your questions was mobility centered. The leasing of state housing, more so, Member Hendrikus used the example of the units next to a facility in Stellenbosch. I'll once again, we'll need to respond to that. In terms of the 30% or the preferential procurement framework, I'll delegate it as well, because I do know that we outperform our targets, not based on running 30% number chases the whole time, but on a much broader spectrum which we focus on. In terms of the third one, education and health facilities, the impact of extortion. I did receive a question like this a few weeks ago in the House as well, where I was asked about the impact, if there was any impact. So I'll just, through the HOD, asked to respond to that. But it is becoming worrying, Member Sireko, that this is a phenomenon that now goes beyond human settlements. I must tell you that it's already happening in some form or another. So I'll ask the HOD, just in terms of the measurements we've put in place to address this, similarly like we've done with the other component of infrastructure, which is human settlements, where we've seen the bigger of the impact of the two. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak to two issues, and then the teams are going to respond to the rest of the mobility. Can I actually start with the last point that my colleague Minister Summers made, and is directly to Honourable Sireko and Honourable Mbimbi on the extortion moving into other areas. In fact, Chairperson, when I was in George probably 3 months ago, and I had a meeting with all the different councillors from different political parties, and I want to give credit to Honourable Mbimbi, who also set up a meeting for me with other stakeholders. And the point I made to them during that meeting Doesn't matter who governs. The extortionate has an insatiable lust for more. They never get enough. So if it was any other political party, you can decide who it wants. If they govern that municipality, the extortionists are not going to stop. So we have to stand together as a collective front against extortion, whether it's in the transport industry, in the food industry, because once they're done with the housing industry, they're going to come for the transport industry. Once they're done with the transport industry, they're going to come for the food industry. When they're done with the food industry, they're coming for the clothing industry. They have a lust for more and they will never stop. So the importance of that project in George was not just about that project in George. It's about showing the extortionists there's an elected government, regardless who the government is, regardless who governs. You need to show them that there's a government who's going to stand for the rule of law. And that is how important that particular project in George is, because we need to show the extortionists that government is a project, and government wants to implement, and the community deserves a service. So I think that this, in terms of what Honorable Mvimbi and Seleko were saying, to speak to Honorable Mvimbi's point about taking over the taxi industry and giving it to the bus companies, in fact, is the complete opposite. You're speaking to the converted here, Honorable Mvimbi. We are big believers in the minibus taxi industry. In fact, I said it in front of National Parliament when I was there after the taxi strike, that the minibus taxi industry must be supported. It must be subsidized, formalized. It is a big gap in this country. And it speaks to the model and how we should look like, the modality surrounding that must be finalized. And I must say that I'm happy there's a document coming to Cabinet. It's actually now in November. It was a user pay model that the national government is proposing. Is to the subsidy must go to the user. Then the user have a choice. They get on a taxi, a train, a bus. It's up to you. We haven't seen the document yet, unfortunately, on November. If you can assist us in getting the document, because it seems to be hanging there in somebody's file 13 or somewhere. But they've made that commitment in front of a national standing committee, in front of Parliament that evening. So we hope to get it. But on the point, we are big believers and supporters of the minibus taxi industry. Obviously, formalization and professionalization needs to take place because it needs to make it safer for the individuals, which is a point Honorable Seleko has made, I think, on page number 20 that he mentioned about the stoning. Because once you take people, once someone is on a bus and you stone the bus, you don't necessarily move them to the taxi. I think that's where they must understand. You're chasing them away from public transport per se. They're going to go with their uncle, their auntie, their cousin, their friend. So you're making them anti-public transport. So everything they're chasing, they're stoning a bus, they're suddenly going to get more passengers. It's not automatically work that way. So we have to make it more safer on maybe, and my colleagues will speak to the new project we've just launched and what they've done with Golden Arrow over the last year in making the buses safer. And I think Adira will also touch on the voucher scheme and the taxi tasking, because I don't want to take the work that they've done away from them, because I know they've worked extraordinarily hard on some of these things. And Mr. Payne can speak about the traffic matters. I think someone asked, if I remember, I think it was the first question, Member Andrikas asked about that. And the rest of the team will fit in where appropriate. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So if I may, I will also direct to some of the members, but I will go through the questions as they come up. The first one about the reduction in the number of registered vehicles on the system. In general, there has been a process of a cleanup on NATIS, number one, which would have seen a reduction in the number of registered vehicles. Also, what we have previously experienced year on year around an increase in the vehicle population as a result of the kind of economic environment that we used to have compared to what we do now. We have seen a decrease from an economic growth perspective, and therefore the number of new vehicles being registered, ultimately sold and registered, as well as the increasing interest rates that we see, people not purchasing and investing in new vehicles as much. So you will see overall a decrease in the number of vehicles, and also as they are scrapped off the system, potentially crashes and others, that you will therefore see as the primary contributors to a decrease in the registered vehicle population that we have within the Western Cape. The second question through your chair that Member van der Westhuizen asked about impoundment fees and whether one would see those being higher. As indicated on page 13, you'll see there that those fees are governed by the National Land Transport Act and actually set nationally. So they are the same across the provinces. There has been a proposal, as far as I'm aware, from the National Department of Transport to increase the impoundment fees, but at this point in time, that hasn't yet been gazetted to my knowledge. So you won't see a differential through your chair to member Van der Westhuizen and province to province. They are set nationally to be equivalent. Then I will certainly, you asked a question about the taxi task team. I'll ask Deirdre to respond to that one in a moment. And then the question around foul dry and the state housing, I'm going to ask Mr. Hindley if he would be able to speak to, so he may want to find his way towards a microphone in the meantime. In respect of the formalization of the industry, in addition, if I may say, to what Minister Mackenzie's mentioned and the queries that were asked about the utilization of reserves and funding for Blue Dot, all that I can speak to is the process that we went through as a Department of Transport and Public Works at the time, of course, where we argued for additional funding. We even were able to potentially show that internally within our budget, we would be able to make funds available in order to allow the Blue Dot project to continue, but that was not agreed to. Limitations, you might recall, were placed on me as the accounting officer in the 22-23 financial year by the Provincial Treasury to limit the potential for variance between programs as a result of the refresh process. And as a result, I was unable to move money to further support the Blue Dot. And there was an explicit indication in the allocation letter from the Treasury that the year in that's just passed would be used to close out the Blue Dot system. That did not mean that the department wasn't proactively and as much as possible trying to interact with various organizations, institutions to try to access funding for Blue Dot in order for that to continue. But unfortunately, we weren't successful in our various attempts. As Minister Mackenzie's mentioned, Deirdre will pick up on the voucher system. Your question about the Mossel Bay and Louis Fourie Road, I can indicate it is mentioned on the page through your chair to member Mvimbi on page 96 that you referenced. It is also mentioned on page 52 of the report. But on page 96, it's the first one, contract 0964.02. Upgrade Trunk Road 33-1 at Beach Road Boulevard West, kilometer 10.27 and Garrett Street, kilometer 13.05. That is the Louis Fourie Road. That's the first one in the third table that you find on that particular page. As far as dealing with the challenges and the empowerment problems, certainly the CFO can speak to aspects around our approach, but I can indicate that the challenges and allegations and issues that have been raised regarding empowerment have been directed to our compliance team, our supply chain governance and compliance team for review and assessment as an independent group that look at what is going on that particular site, and a report will then be forthcoming and necessary steps taken. But the CFO can speak to the broader approach around the empowerment impact assessments, as we have previously shared with the committee, that we utilize to identify the targets that are then included in the tender, as well as then the general approach from a contractor perspective. Through you, Chair Member Soleko asked questions around page 20 around the challenges linked to supply chain management, as well as then the aspects of the 30% subcontracting provisions, often called set-asides to an extent. And I'll ask her to give the correct legal state status of that. While Deirdre can add around GABs through your chair, I'd like to also indicate that a process that we went through as a department was one where we worked with the City of Cape Town in what was called the PDIA to consider what are the options that we could put in place and interventions in order to try to improve the safety and security along the utilization of the GAB services. Not only stonings, but robberies and others. And that led the department over the 2 years, including the year under review, to provide funding to put onboard cameras in the Golden Arrow buses, and you might recall, you would have seen some of the articles in the press where there was success with arrests of people, and even then eventually, if my memory serves me correctly, with court rulings against perpetrators of crime on the buses. And that has led to certainly a benefit for the service. There was also, as a result of the analysis done, an understanding created that a number of buses were finding themselves being attacked, held up, stoned, and so on, along routes where there were massive potholes. So what would happen, of course, is the bus driver needs to slow down to be able to maneuver their way through. And that created opportunities for people to board the bus, hold up passengers, and then actually still get off the bus and disappear very quickly into the surrounding communities. And therefore, the team was working with the City of Cape Town Urban Mobility Team to look at road improvements, fixing of potholes, and so on, so that actually the buses would be able to move more freely from a traffic perspective and also limit those potential opportunities for criminal behavior. I believe that that has also borne some fruit. Of course, it's a constant requirement to go in and make sure that those particular routes are maintained. And again, proper analysis is undertaken of the kind of hotspots where this activity potentially happens. Then, as far as the continued fraud and corruption at testing centres, what else can be done? I would like to ask whether through you, Mr. Ahmed and Randall Barrera, would you be able to perhaps just speak to that? I know that the team do work on an ongoing basis with the Hawks in order to respond to that and have relevant kind of sting operations to try to get people. And you would have seen in the report a number of people have been arrested through those particular operations. And we do have tried historically, and I'm sure continue to try to make sure that we work collaboratively to limit that. The question about the construction mafia, Minister Simmers has already mentioned, and yes, we have already had some impacts around that across the, particularly the education facilities, more so than health facilities. And that tends to be because the education facilities are very firmly entrenched within the community fabric and the urban fabric. So what the team do, and we advocate very strongly, is any instances of extortion or any type of intimidation must be reported to SAPS, and we support the contractors to do that. And then certainly I'm aware that SAPS have also put together necessary task teams to try to focus on the aspects of extortion and others. And as a result, that means that while we don't necessarily see any direct result of people being detained or necessarily being arrested, in certain instances we've had a calming on site. The other thing that the team do, particularly in the education space, is move forward with interdicts, and we go to court for that, and we do generally find that that does provide a degree of assistance and things calm down and are able to move. We have also had one or two instances across our roads projects, but that is relatively limited at this point, as you say, not as pervasive as one has necessarily experienced in the human settlements fund. But certainly our approach is on the aspects of SAP's approach, as well as then interdicts where we need to. And then just finally, I do think it links back through you, Chair, to the first question about the 30% aspect, because there is an assumption that people are entitled to this because there was a statement made within the legal framework, and people have used that or abused it. And certainly on the basis that that is no longer explicitly there, we do need to make sure that there's proper communication, and that will also help to make sure that people understand that you're not just automatically entitled to 30% of a contract. There are processes in terms of subcontracting and others that are embedded firmly in the infrastructure environment. Through you, Chair, I'd like to then ask whether certainly Mrs. Ribbenaar could pick up on the transport-related questions, and then after Mrs. Ribbenaar, Shane, and then we'll go through to Mr. Barrero or Yasir around the fraud and corruption aspects, and then the CFO. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ribbenaar, before you start, if there are any of the colleagues tonight at the back against the wall who would be required to make a contribution. There are no microphones there. You are most welcome to join this side with the chamber also where there are microwaves. Eh? Probably depends. So feel free if the need exists that you could move over to that side. You can stay there for the duration of the meeting, or you can move back to your sort of anonymity at the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, it's Deirdre Ribbenoff from the Mobility Department, CD Transport Operations. I think I'm going to start with Member van der Westhuizen's question. It's the easiest question I've ever received from the member in terms of the minibus taxi task team. In the reporting period, you won't see the name in the annual report because it was established only in April with the formal terms of reference signed in that month. And that is the correct name. Member, there's about 8-9 initiatives that the task team is dealing with. Some of it is operational day-to-day issues, but then also just in line with Member Mavimbi's question, there's sustainability issues also being discussed. You know, what is the state of industry now and where do they want to go? And the formalization aspects, I think Minister McKenzie covered really well. But in order for us to be ready when the subsidy policy from national is eventually tabled, the formalization of industry, because it would be very difficult. One can understand with the COVID response and the amounts that was allocated to assist industry. There's a large portion of that fund that has not been accessed because of the individual nature of industry. So formalization becomes quite important in that space. In relation to are we winning with the incidents with GABs, the HOD is quite correct in what she's reported, but we've had 5 convictions last year alone. There's another 3 in court, and that's as a result of the camera footage on these buses. But in addition, we're working with the City of Cape Town to establish a public transport roving unit, because it's one thing to have the technology there and for drivers to be able to, you know, alert that there's an issue, but the enforcement response becomes quite critical. So we've provided a transfer to the City of Cape Town to establish this public transport roving unit that will specifically deal with incidences like that. In terms of the voucher scheme, I think Minister has previously mentioned what the idea around that is, but in short, it is to provide job seekers with an opportunity. So free trips, we're aiming to provide 12 free trips a year to people seeking employment opportunities. We're doing that. The mechanism we're using or the mode we're using is Golden Arrow bus services. It's a already subsidized bus service. We will then allocate the open seats off peak to those people that want to access opportunities. The reason we've opted to go with Golden Arrow rather than any other mode was one, because, you know, it's a subsidized service and we pay for those kilometers. So the vacant seats is something that we would like to fill. Secondly, from a minibus taxi industry, we're working very closely with the City of Cape Town through the minibus taxi task team on a sustainable approach in terms of the operations of the minibus taxi. So it's about improving. So that's quite a substantial project we're working on. And therefore, we thought it opportune that industry focuses on their core areas of improvement and reform. And hence, we are doing that. I think I've covered all the questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chair, through you, Yasir Ahmed. I'm going to respond to the question with regards to fraud and corruption at driving license testing centers, but I'll do that by focusing on fraud generally, also touching on vehicle registration. So we work very closely with the Hawks. In fact, in the Western Cape, we have Mr. Barrero and his team in the Transport Administration and Licensing Unit meeting, I think, almost quarterly with the Hawks just to take stock of current cases, because you can understand that these cases take quite a while to collect evidence, because there's also a need to connect the dots to uncover syndicates. The last big arrest, for example, that was made in Oudtshoorn, where a link was made to a syndicate operating from the Eastern Cape, where face value forms were being stolen in other provinces, ending up in the Eastern Cape, and then being issued as licenses, vehicle licenses, or driving licenses in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape. So that is a case that is currently also being further investigated, and there may be further arrests in that particular one. As far as our department's direct assistance goes, in our meetings with the Hawks, we also look at indicators that may point to potential fraud. So, for example, if we see from our NATIS reports, which we then draw and analyze with the Hawks, if we see spikes in the number of driving license tests, for example, in a very small DLTC, driving license testing center, that would alert us. We would communicate that to the Hawks in our meetings, and that would be investigated. Understandably, there's a long list of priorities that we go through with them, and we then focus on those ones that we believe will uncover the biggest problem cases of fraud and also corruption. About 3 years ago, we uncovered corruption in vehicle registration in this province, and arrests were made. So that relationship with the Hawks through the chair is being strengthened, and we do play our part with the municipalities in producing posters to alert the public. Firstly, not to get involved with fraud, and also what to look out for if someone promises you a driving license without going through the test. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hindley.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. So the question around FALDRI and the leasing of state housing. Firstly, just to say that the tariffs that are being applied is approved at for state employees at 900 Rand per month. And if you are not a state employee, you are essentially regarded as a private, and you are then required to pay a market-related rental. In terms of FALDRA itself, let me just first say that there's no rental boycott. However, let me also admit that it's not necessarily always an easy road in terms of concluding the lease agreements. We have been working with the community, and as far as is possible, we are concluding those lease agreements. Also, just a point around the employees of agriculture. There are still employees residing in those houses. And so they then pay the 900 Rand per month. Then also the issue around evictions. We try as far as is possible not to evict, but if all else fails, that is the legal recourse that we have. At FALDRA itself, there are people who are residing in unsafe structures, and we have submitted an application to the court to seek their eviction. So I don't know whether there's anything else, Chairperson. Thank you.
You chair then to the CFO to pick up on the supply chain and procurement matters.
Thank you, HOD. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. So let me start with the questions that was asked by Member Mvimbi. The first one, why can't we get big black contractors to do the jobs? Ours, member, as you well known, is a tendering process. We don't sit and select anybody. We put out an advert into the open market across the entire country. We also registers it on the CIDB register of projects, and they send an email to every single contractor registered in that particular grading for them to come and pick up the invitation and indicating to them there is such a project please tender. We evaluate what we have. We determine that in terms of the rules provided by the National Treasury and the Construction Industry Development Board, and it's on that basis that we choose a bidder, including the points for preference and price. Secondly, as far as the 30% story is confirmed, let me first and foremost confirm that the Constitutional Court found that particular provision as well as the entire 2017 regulations unconstitutional to the extent that it exceeded every single power given in the actual authorizing piece of legislation, which was the Preferential Procurement Framework Act of 2000. So we must just bear in mind that as far as that is concerned, was found to be unconstitutional. Now, right at the outset, when the 2017 regulations were published, this department provided comments and indicated to the Provincial Treasury and the National Treasury that we cannot comply with that particular provision. One, because the law doesn't allow us to do set-asides. In other words, set-aside portion of works to almost identify and link that to a particular group or a particular person or particular company. We do not do that. Secondly, by virtue of the nature of the work that we do in infrastructure, when you go through the nature of the project and how it's packaged, it's not always possible to get 30% of anything subcontracted. The nature of the industry and the nature of the work also itself allows for subcontracting naturally by way of how it is set up. In other words, if you put out a GB contract, a general building contract, let's say to a grade 9 contractor for building the World Cup stadium, it is inevitable that that piece of work will have elements to it that is not general build and therefore must be subcontracted to somebody. Now, in terms of the prescripts, the subcontracting arrangements, there are 3 types in infrastructure. The one is what we call a domestic subcontractor. In other words, the main contractor himself selects who he wants to subcontract to. That one has the least risk for government because if anything goes wrong, that risk is not shifted from the contractor onto the government. The second one is a nominated subcontractor. In other words, we say you must subcontract to A, B, and C. In that instance, all of the risk is shifted whenever something goes wrong. Remember, because when everything goes right, everybody is happy. But when things go wrong, then it's about allocation of risk and blame and cost. That one, the most dangerous one, and we only do that for big projects where we want certain outcomes, but not indicating necessarily who the subcontractor is. We would give you a list and you yourself go and select. The third one, which is selected subcontracting, is where the contractor and the government come together and decide on who the subcontractor will be. In that instance, you have shared risk. Again, in the current economic environment, we are very careful of how we package things so as not to attract undue risk to the department where the department needs to pay should contracting relationships fail. Having said that, when we have any big project, as you know, because we've presented to this committee on numerous occasions, we go through a process which the National Treasury eventually adopted of empowerment impact assessments. In other words, if we have a project in a certain space, we go there through our contractor development and EPWP teams. They go and do an empowerment impact assessment to determine what opportunities are there in that area where we're going to deliver the project. In some instances, it might even exceed 30%. The only thing that I'm saying is we do not adhere to every project must have a 30% subcontracting arrangement. That's when people start tenderpreneuring and that's when people start fronting because they're trying to push something that is not natural necessarily in all types of industries. So I hope I've answered that question. Then, Member Seleko, on page 20, the risk that you have there, the mitigation is actually on page 21, the second paragraph, but I just want to make a couple of examples to explain. So the first one is the fact that there's no integrated financial management system. I think everybody has by now heard or read about National Treasury placing an embargo on the purchasing and development of any finance, human, HR, asset management and supply chain management system, because they were going to develop an IFMS for the country, the integrated financial management system. That is something that is as old as I've worked in government, which is in excess of 20 years. I remember one of my first assignments was to do a user specification. It's 20 years later, couple of billion rand and nothing to show for it. So in the meantime, no province is allowed to go and purchase a financial management system. So what we do in the department, because we are contract intensive and because everything is manually done, is we develop apps for very risky areas. So just a specific area in order for us to be able to almost close the control gap. But we can't be purchasing or developing a full-blown integrated financial management system, because then we would be falling foul of a instruction by way of embargo by the National Treasury. That's just one of the examples. So if you go down that list, you will see on the other page, there's an entire list of mitigation strategies there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Thank you, HOD. Thank you, ministers and other contributors. So I'm going to ask for any follow-ups before I would ask for new questions. Any follow-ups? I recognize Honorable Van der Westhuizen, and in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the matter of impoundments and the fees for that, thank you very much for that response, which I must say I found surprising, because it's not. I had it. I was under the impression that some provinces do have lower impoundment fees than the Western Cape. Whatever the case may be, my impression is, and perhaps you can just confirm or deny, that our pounds are growing in numbers, and that we have a problem with the numbers of vehicles that we need to care for. And my question is just, would it be possible either for us or for you to lobby the national government when that new national standard is set, to also add a daily fee for impoundment, if that is not currently the case? And secondly, how do we get rid of these vehicles? Because it seems to me many people abandon their vehicles due to them being unable to pay the fees, or the vehicles might be, very old, or whatever the case may be. How do we ensure that we don't run out of space through people being via the fee system not being able to reclaim their vehicles? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Westhuizen and Wimby.
I've withdrawn my follow-up because it links to a question that I'm going to ask.
Good. Thank you, Honorable Seleku.
No, Chair, thank you very much. On the issue of working with the Hawks, we all see and we all know that people will say we reverse things, we work with the Hawks, but I think what we tend to lack is the conviction rate. Would the department just tell us, in terms of the cases, in terms of that you are working together with the Hawks, what is the conviction rate in that regard? Because this thing of corruption in licenses has been coming since, like, I'm close to 100 years now, and we are still facing with that predicament. And also on the issue of your mitigation interim, how you are mitigating your challenges. I just wanted to know whether you are happy, in how you are dealing with all the challenges in terms of SCM. Even though I've noted that you have got 4 bullet points. So my take was just to say, are you happy in how you're actually dealing with them? Thank you very much. Those are the 2 follow-ups.
Thank you. Response?
Through you, Chair, I'm actually going to ask the CFO if she wouldn't mind to start with the first point around whether we're happy on the mitigation, and then through you, whether Mr. Ahmed can pick up on the conviction rates, and then in terms of the impoundment, I'm not certain whether it sits with Mr. Payne or whether it's Mr. Ahmed, but please, if you could deal with Mr. Payne, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So are we happy on how we're dealing with the mitigation? Not really. There's a lot that we can do, and there's a lot that we should be doing. The danger is that you can only do what you can do without starting to infringe in national treasury space, because that's when we have headbutting, that's when we start having challenges with the AG and others. So does it work, the mitigation that we're putting in place? Certainly it does, because the result shows that it does work, but it is not the best that we can do, and it's not the only things that we can do. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Ahmed, on the Hawk side.
Thank you, Richard D. Through the chair. On the question with regards to the cooperation between our department and the Hawks on convictions, unfortunately, I don't have the exact number of convictions, understanding that when arrests are made, the cases go to the National Prosecuting Authority for prosecution, and the cases do take quite a while to get through the courts. In these cases, unfortunately, we do not have the watching briefs with the courts, but if the information is required, we can obtain that from the National Prosecuting Authority. In some of these cases, of course, there are overwhelming evidence available, and some of the people do plead into plea agreements. That then leads to the linkage to other individuals involved in syndicates, etc. And that is the process that the Hawks and the NPA try to follow as far as possible. So, but unfortunately, I can't give exact numbers to Member Siliko. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, then to Mr. Payne, just around the lobbying of national and the aspects of how we get rid of vehicles within impounds.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. Farrell Payne, Department of Mobility. In terms of the first question, regarding the increase in the amount of impound facilities, there's nothing planned at this stage. We have the 5 that's across the province, and what we've been doing is we have operations outside the jurisdiction where it's located. We've actually started to make use of breakdown services to transport the vehicles to the impound facility from a safety point of view. And in some cases, where possible, we will actually drive the vehicle to the impound facility. But nothing has been planned as yet to increase that amount of impound facilities. In terms of the disposal procedure, again, as part of National was looking at having one standard procedure, but each province, there is something in place in terms of how you actually dispose of these vehicles. It's a lengthy process, but there is a process that is in place that we can utilize. And then the last question that has been posed was to see if we can look at a daily tariff to be charged. It's something that we can possibly table at National to determine that. It might deter people from, leaving their vehicles there for indefinite periods of time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for the responses. I will like to welcome Honourable Maseko, who joined us online. So welcome to the meeting. If you wish, you could introduce yourself quickly.
Chair, thank you very much. Good morning. I'm just an observer, not going to interact with the session for this morning. I'll interact with the session of 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. But if you wish to pose any questions, you are welcome to do so. Please just alert us of your intention. Colleagues, I'm going to open up for new questions, but I will allow you to sneak in a follow-up of the responses that you have. So you can, Honourable Mbumbi, you can shoot away and then we take it from there.
I did not want to disobey your instruction. So it's clear then that if you allow me to sneak in the follow-up, that the issue of 30% is not allowed. There is no 30%. There is no such thing as 30% on any contract. It's off the table. We can forget about it. So that means that then it's a free will for big companies. You will only be concentrating on those, because I think the 30% was really given an opportunity to smaller ones to try and have a bite on the big cake, you know. So if 30% is gone and we are saying it's illegal, it's unconstitutional, but maybe you can further clarify then in your responses. My second question is on page, I was looking at the page 197. I see there is I was saying it's related to a follow-up I might ask. I see the department is using, according to this report, 23 consultants. That's the total and of course I've got my own views about the usage of consultants, you know, which has got nothing to do with the meeting. But the one that really attracted my attention is the appointment of a consultant or professional to conduct empowerment impact assessment and empowerment targets, which the CFO has tried to explain. So my follow-up was going to be, can you expand more on that and just maybe give an example, because I don't understand that. What does it really mean to conduct an empowerment impact, you know? So it will be good if you can just expatiate on that. What is it really? It's page 199, but it's on the consultant page. But there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 instances where a person was used to do. Is it the same contractor or is it different contractor that we are using? Just one.
Thank you, Honorable Mbambi. Honorable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the previous responses. May I just ask on page 19, and it deals there with the Conradi Park development. Just below the middle of the page, it says that the first phase has been completed and is fully tenanted, and I was privileged to also have visited that beautiful project. But then the next sentence is a little bit disturbing. The second phase of social housing has been delayed due to the Social Housing Regulatory Authority not yet providing the necessary approval. If we could just get the reasons for the fact that there's been that delay. Are there problems? Is it just an administrative delay, or is it a matter that we as a province, failed to submit the complete application? If we could just get the reasons for that as well. And then, Chair, in terms of page 20, some of the challenges that we're experiencing with supply chain management, may I just ask, in terms of the supplier database, the one thing that I think we do not want to see is where contractors are perhaps inexperienced, and they come and they finish a job, only halfway, but then they again would submit a bid or a tender for another job and so on. Or the workmanship is perhaps not up to the standard, and it's not always easy on completion of a project to immediately determine whether the workmanship was of great quality. But if the paint starts peeling after a few months and so on, then in my book, there should be like almost a red flag to say, we asked this person to come back, there's been a retention fee or whatever the case may be, and we can't get hold of this contractor, and that we don't repeat, kind of failures when it comes to when it comes to construction projects. So to what extent do we evaluate the quality of work? But then also, is there any appeal process if we do evaluate that for a contractor to say, but I think you've been, too harsh in perhaps your assessment of the quality of the work that I have done. Then, Chair, if I may move on to part B, you referred to the violence on our bus services. And I must say, 1,600 stonings is telling me if there are 365 days in a year, that every day there are multiple instances of stonings. It seems to me more than 4 incidents on average every single day. So my question is just again, you've referred to the quality of the roads, potholes, and so on, that has got perhaps an indirect influence. To what extent can our traffic law enforcement officers, etc., assist in addressing this problem of the challenge of making bus transport safer? And then, Chair, on that very same page, the roads project on the Tuiskloof Pass could not be implemented due to unresolved litigation. If we could just get a little bit of a background regarding that, is it resolved since? What is the nature of the litigation, etc.? Is it a contractual one between the unsuccessful bidder or whatever?
Of course, Honorable van der Westhuizen. Honorable Seleku, you have?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, if we all go to page 66 and paragraph 3, there's a study that analysis done, and it talks about people in densely populated areas. Because when I think about North Sianyanzela on the N2 in my constituency, people have to go to relieve themselves on the N2. It's an issue of concern. I've also witnessed a cattle, accident at one particular stage at night coming from my constituency to Cape Town, which is an issue of concern for me. And I just want the department just to tell us in terms of this strategy development framework, what is owed to achieve and how do you see it going forward? And also what is very interesting in terms of page 70, Chair, I was looking at this description of other arrests, and I saw of all of them from 70 to 71, 93 has been on bribery. Of all of them, 93 arrests has been on bribery. So, and I just wanted the department just to give us more detail in terms of that, like 93 cases of arrest is based on bribery. Who is bribing who and who's taking from who? Just enlighten us. Thank you very much. I'm done for today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable van der Westhuizen and Honorable Seleku. Before we respond, and maybe I just want to add one other thing, is that from the construction of infrastructure projects, the department continued to excel in terms of the number of projects that's being delivered. I just read in one of the freely distributed weekly newspapers in my area that in a certain part of the province, not the metro, there's a dire need of educational facilities, and we know the expansion of private building projects and people moving around, young families establishing themselves, and we will in time have a educational infrastructure crisis in the metro in particular. So if I look on page 89, it states that educational infrastructure designs ready for tender. That there was 6 that was planned for the financial year, and only 1 of the 6 were achieved. Now, it's been many months since then. Can we just get an update as far as where those sort of particular processes in the loop, whether those other outstanding 5 and the new ones that were sort of developed for this new financial year, whether they are being sort of push start, so to speak, to eventually result into an education infrastructure for, particularly for young families. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much. I'd like to request that Ms. Pat Jenica is able to give some information around the empowerment impact assessments that, through you, Chair Member Mbimbi asked about, to indicate that in terms of the use of consultants for the empowerment impact assessments, which Ms. Jenica will speak to, that from a procurement perspective goes out on the electronic procurement system, the EPS, so it's for quotes. And so therefore there are potentially different consultants that will quote and respond to the work in producing the necessary report, number 1, that is used as input to a tender, and then secondly, the assessment and the review that is done as the construction is underway. But I'll ask that Ms. Jenica speak to that one. Then that also is the question about the same or different contractor that I've responded to. The question around Conradi Park, and Mr. Joseph, please just confirm if I'm right or not. You're more than welcome to add. On the Conradi Park, the delay in terms of the SHA side was around approval from a geotech perspective, the geotechnical inputs that were required, and he's nodding his head, so my memory is correct. And as it stands, that has been resolved. We did get the necessary authorization, and therefore the work is progressing. So that was the status at the end of March in terms of the report. Then I will ask that the CFO pick on the aspect of the supplier database and how we deal with potentially poor workmanship and or reviewing the work that is done. And then the utilization of law enforcement side of things, I do know that Mrs. Ribbenauer in her previous response mentioned the work with the City of Cape Town and putting in place a roving team that will assist across the Golden Arrow and the other public transport services, but you can perhaps elucidate a little bit more on that one. The question about Du Toit and the litigation, that was in response to an unsuccessful bidder that took us to court, and we defended that matter successfully. And to my knowledge, it was found in our favor with costs, if I recall correctly, and therefore we're able to move forward with that particular project. It is, however, a little bit more complex because a number of years have passed from the original intention and where we might have done a particular type of work. Now that the years have gone by, the road has actually deteriorated further, and now a greater or more complete scope of works will be required, which in turn is now more expensive, and we now sit with budget cuts. So there are some substantial implications as a result of this particular legal conundrum that we found ourselves in, that the department will have to deal with into the future. I'll ask that Mr. Klein picks up on the pedestrian safety framework that has been mentioned, the pedestrian safety framework that was identified and referenced on page 66 that the team are looking at. And then also to articulate, I suppose, just to give a sense of what potential motorists try to bribe traffic officers with. I think that was the question that you were asking about the 93 cases. So I think there is generally quite a range of attempts. And then the last point through, Chair, to your question about the education facilities, I will ask Ms. Cox to just respond on the specifics, but I can indicate that remembering that our department is responsible to implement on behalf of the Department of Education. And in some instances, even with potentially these projects, while we are part of the process going through to design, we will actually receive instructions to halt the work, to take it to a particular point and close it off in anticipation of potential budget cuts or redirection of focus or priority from an area perspective. And therefore, the team, while we have got a target in our annual performance plan and have to report on it, those types of indications or implications, should I say, from a user then mean that we have to halt it because they will not fund anything or pay for it if we continue the work that they haven't agreed with. So she can indicate if there was any further progress on those, but one needs to understand that the year is quite fluid, notwithstanding the dire need that does take place. So through you, Chair, perhaps to start with Ms. Jenica around the empowerment impacts assessments, if you wouldn't mind, and then we will move through the program. Ms. Jenica.
Spot here next to my colleague. Thank you. Thank you also for the question. Like the CFO had indicated earlier, that there is no 30% on any of our projects. But that does not mean that there isn't any opportunities for subcontractors to work on large projects. So what we conduct on our large projects in the department is an empowerment impact assessment, where we appoint these consultants, as you indicated, that's listed here, to identify the potential in the specific area where that construction will take place, how many emerging subcontractors are in the area, how much local labor, how much material is available in that area. We then would put out those targets in the tender documents for the main contractor to know what is available in the space for him. We also have these very same consultants then monitor the main contractor in terms of those targets that were set out in the tender document to make sure that they are in terms of achieving subcontracting, local labor, and using local supply. So that's what the consultants listed here do for us. Thank you.
Ms. Jenica. Mrs. Ribbenau, would you like to pick up on any further aspects around traffic law enforcement assisting regarding violence on buses and particularly the stonings?
Thank you, HOD. Through you, Chairperson. We have partnered with the City of Cape Town, where they are establishing this roving unit consisting of about 20 operational officers that will be dedicated to any incidences at public transport facilities, including on specific hotspot routes, etc. Remember, so at this stage, there will be a dedicated enforcement presence. So I don't believe that we should call on our traffic officers at this stage because there is something.
Mr. Payne, on the pedestrian safety framework.
Chairperson, yeah, concerns, we've had concerns over the last couple of years about the substantial increase in our pedestrian fatalities. Other than the desktop exercise that was done based on our pathology services records, you know, we've gone further than that in terms of using other sources of data. And Bunga Avenue in the Cape Town metro area has been identified as one of the biggest hotspots. With that, we've also started our engagements with the City of Cape Town because that falls squarely within their jurisdiction. But as a province, we report nationally and we basically hold accountable as well. So what we've done was we started our engagements with the road safety management component, but to look at the thing more holistically, especially from a pedestrian point of view, we developed a draft pedestrian safety strategy where we can include all role players to see how do we address this thing collectively. So there's been quite a bit of engagements with the city and coupled to that, a lot of actions in terms of how do we target that particular area in terms of addressing it from an engineering point of view, from an education point of view. And then also widely across our social media platforms, we've got a extended footprint as such. So it's something that we basically, and we will probably continuously work on without ignoring the other parts of the metro. That's also part of the contributing factors to our pedestrians. Our infrastructure at times don't actually allow for certain pedestrian movements. And one of the things that came out specifically in the Bunga Drive analysis that we did was that it actually happens after sunset. Right, so the city revisited the lighting situation to improve that. So it's something that we will just have to keep on monitoring to see if there's what the impact is of the interventions that is being conducted between our provincial road safety management component and the city of Cape Town. So yeah, and then we will, of course, be looking at the other parts of the city as well, but that was one of the main focus areas to see, exactly what the impact of our service delivery was or will be over a period of time, because it takes time as well. It's like goalposts, it shifts at times. So, yeah, that's my response in terms of our non-motorized strategy, and specifically for Bunga Avenue.
Through you, Chair, sorry, also the bribery.
Oh, yeah, apologies, Chair. Unfortunately, it is motorists that is the total of 93. It's our motorists that has been arrested for attempting to bribe our provincial traffic officers. I think we've got a reputation nationally. You don't come into our province and try to bribe our provincial traffic officers. And again, the research was done because year on year, that total is actually increasing, which is a good thing. And the arrest itself is not done by a specific officer. It's very it's across the field for our provincial officers. So I would like to think that that has become embedded as part of our culture in terms of how do we deal with motorists that do attempt to bribe our officers. And contrary to popular belief, it's not the public transport industry that's trying to bribe our officers, normal drivers as well. I hope that covers the response, Chair. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, then thank you very much. Ms. Cock, just on the education design, and then we'll move to the CFO to deal with the supply database and the 30% aspect again.
Thank you, HOD. Yes, in terms of what the HOD mentioned is quite correct. We are dependent on our client department who holds the budget and also instructs out which projects to proceed or not. In terms of the 5 specific, we've subsequently received confirmation that we need to close out 4 of them. So close out the current stage, then place it on hold until the need is identified. So yeah, 1 has been brought into this year. The other 4 has been put on hold. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. So just again on the 30%, and not to belabor the point, let me make it clear. The 30% as per the preferential procurement regulations making it a law is not valid and is unconstitutional. However, the Preferential Procurement Framework Act says a department can set its own goals. Therefore, the department can determine what goals it wants to achieve, whether it's youth or veterans or whatever it is, women or whatever. We can set those targets, and the way in which we do it is through the empowerment impact assessment that the team is conducting. Just wanted to make that clear. It doesn't mean there's a free for all. Just means that in terms of that piece of legislation, the regulations couldn't exceed what the Act was trying to achieve. That's all that the impact of that is. Then as far as the database is concerned, on page 20, the database referred to there is actually replacing the old Western Cape supplier database. The purpose of that is that, and the members would recall, we told you previously, anybody that wants to do business with the Western Cape government had to register on our own databases. That was before the National Treasury put in place the Central Supplier Database. The difference between the two is on the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank, we also keep records of all of your compliance documents. In other words, to make sure that you are compliant, you pay your taxes, you have a valid BE certificate, what that BE contribution is, labor certificates where they need it, etc. And depending on what service you provide, there would also be that compliance documents. But pertaining to your question, and if we now make it infrastructure specific, there are various other platforms that addresses exactly the kind of questions asked by Member van der Westhuizen. And one of them is when contractors malperform or we have bad workmanship or they don't perform, we can report that to the CIDB, which we do. So we do have to fill in a closeout report because we also close out projects on the register of projects for the CIDB. And the whole purpose of that is so that the entire industry can see whether somebody performs or not. Both public service as well as the private can see that because the CIDB covers both government and the private sector. So we put it on there. We report them to the CIDB, who conducts an independent investigation. The outcome of that investigation could be that they are suspended or whatever the case, and that suspension goes against the register of contractors. In other words, the moment that there's that there, then that person almost becomes blacklisted. And I use it like that because the term that we use is restricted. So you're restricted for a period of time, depending on what it is that the outcome of that investigation and subsequent hearing was. The other one is if there's any criminality, then we report that to commercial crimes, and there's an investigation. If somebody is found guilty of that, the National Treasury, in terms of the law, is tasked with keeping what is called the list of tender defaulters. The impact of that is that they're blacklisted from government business in their person, as a company, with their families, all of it. So they can't just pop up as some other company. And that's then linked to the central supplier database. So there are other avenues where the exact point raised is covered and prevents them from then doing business, but it doesn't sit in the evidence bank. So we use all of it together when we do an assessment of compliance. Thank you, Chair.
Now, thank you, Advocate Smith. Thank you, HOD, and thank you to the colleagues who have responded to the questions posed. I'd like to open the floor for another round of follow-up questions. If members like to pose follow-up questions. Honourable van der Westhuizen, I recognise you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. It was wonderful to hear about the systems that are already in place. My question was also when I feel aggrieved, when I feel that, I've been unfairly restricted now, what are my remedies? The second one is also, it's my impression that less and less people want to do business with government, and that sometimes you advertise what you would believe to be a relatively simple project, like the refurbishment of ablution facility somewhere, and then you end up expecting that, in a place like Worcester, you would have 30 contractors that might be interested in doing such projects, that you quite often end up with only one or two quotes, or perhaps not a single one that adheres to the. Is that your experience as well, that, there's a shrinking pool of people interested to do construction work for maintenance work with the department, with the government, and that, it leads to one or two people perhaps then coming in with very high bids to then complete such projects or do such projects. That's just a follow-up.
Any other follow-ups? Okay. Yeah, I just want to add to that. I think Advocate Smith used restricted and blacklisted interchangeably. I'm not too sure which one I should use. But be it as it may, as long as you're politically correct, it'll be okay. Every year in the Western Cape, we do have, especially during winter, we do have floods and impacts upon our gravel road surface in particular. And I can understand that the underachievement with regard to the resurfacing and the construction of new gravel roads as a result of budgetary constraint. We cannot adequately sort of forecast and cost what the impact of floods it would be. And yes, this year had a particularly devastating effect on our road infrastructure, not only on our surface roads, but more particularly on our gravel roads, because it impacts upon agriculture and transporting goods to markets and to the harbour, although the harbour is systemically broken already. So, what you know, I put it correctly. In what way do we foresee us not again achieving that target, given the monetary constraints we're in and the potential budget cuts that coming the new financial year, that particular target, the maintenance of a gravel road, will once again be underachieved, and what the potential impact it will have with regard to the degradation of our roads because of a lack of maintenance for 2 consecutive financial years. And also, coupled with that is that we know our agriculture industry, our farmers in the Western Cape are particularly welcoming in assisting our Western Cape government, our municipalities in rehabilitation of some of the roads that directly affect them. And they do so on a regular basis. Have we monetized that contribution that they give? We certainly have not formalized on a provincial level, but in what way, particularly on the municipal level, how could we then just pull those lines together, whereas we have budgetary constraints? Certainly, there could be a maintenance contributions from those that can afford to assist us in maintaining our roads, particularly our gravel roads in rural areas. Thank you. Any other member would like to? New questions, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My next questions will be more directed towards mobility, dealing with the George Integrated Bus Service, the expansion of that network to Thembalethu. I do note that you see that you also state in the annual report that unfortunately the allowance or the subsidy that we receive from National Department of Transport is on the decrease, or is constrained, I think is the word that you're using there. Now, every expansion actually requires an increase in budget, an increase in the costs, I would think. So what is the latest position there? Because at one stage I was hoping that even other bigger towns like Drakenstein would be considered for future expansion as well. But it seems to me as if we're struggling even just to maintain the existing bus services that we have. If we could just get an indication of the future of that. And then, Chair, back to law enforcement and the potential fraud at vehicle testing stations or licensing stations. Many defects in a vehicle do not happen overnight. An oil leak tends to, worsen over time. Where on a suspension system, with my limited knowledge, is something which also develops often over time. And I was just wondering to what extent when we, for example, test vehicles with our own mobile testing station, and we've seen a demonstration of that in the past on the Beaufort West Aberdeen Road, if you pick up, excessive wear on a vehicle there, and that vehicle has been found to be roadworthy a month ago by a vehicle testing station, it seems to me as if that should, switch on a red light and people may have to go or concentrate on that testing station and say, isn't this perhaps, a testing station that should be put under the magnifying glass? So perhaps is that the way you go about? Is that a possible way for you to go about to ensure? Because again, with my cap as chair of agriculture, we are concerned about the safety of the farm workers being transported to and fro. And when we had a little bit of paid a little bit of attention to that issue, some of our traffic staff actually indicated that they've got very little faith in some of these vehicle testing stations because those farmers' vehicles also need to, I think, receive a roadworthy certificate every 12 months. Thank you, Chair.
You, Honourable Member, you indicate by means of a
The time we seem to be still having, Chair.
No, we're still on track. You may ask the question.
Look, obviously, I was not going to ask this question. Seeing that I've got the two ministers, both of them present, it might be a good opportunity to ask this. It's almost, I think this is the last year of my term here. And I've always been asking this question that we've always been calling this department is Department of Transport and Public Works. We've been spending most of the time, I feel, on transport-related issues or mobility. Public Works, its infrastructure, its assets and properties owned by government as well that we're managing. Now, part of the challenge we have is even mentioned on page 46 that there is a public demand continue for Western Cape government owned land in centrally located parts of Cape Town to be released for affordable housing. I just want to, are there any plans in terms of identifying some of the government land? Sometimes it doesn't have to be government land, central located. It can be government buildings, which I know provincial government do own buildings in the center. Turn that to affordable housing so that people can stay closer to the places that they are working at. From far away, from 500 kilometers away, but there's a little bit of time I've spent here during what they call Chila time. You'll see number of people going towards the taxi rank and the bus station. They want to travel to farm, some of them 15, 20 kilometers away. If we've got government land, provincial government land, I'm not talking about national government, please, ministers, just let's concentrate on provincial government property, government-owned property and government-owned buildings. Are there any plans to identify this land and building for purposes of building houses for people to be closer to where they are working? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mbembe. Honourable Maseko would like to pose a question. Honourable Maseko, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm sorry, I've been raising my hand, and it might be you call me to order because I wanted to ask a follow-up question on the issue of the 30%. And I was listening to the CFO responding to that is not a must. What I want to find out, and I'm taking that, the legislation is clear, is the intention of the 30% looking at the HDIs in construction. The intention was to, when we engaged before, was to build up the grading for those SMMEs that are in their construction. And now if we are not doing that, or if the department is not doing that, that means one and the same big construction companies are going to be the ones that get the business because there's not it's not going to be possible for these SMMEs to grow in grading as they get the subcontractors to grow to reach that grading that the big companies have. Now, with the legislation that is depriving you as a department of your intention, what are mitigating factors that are in place to address that issue of the historically disadvantaged SMMEs in the construction business for them to be able to grow to be at a grade where they can be the main contractors and not be the subcontractors? Thank you very much, Chair. That's only one that I had to ask for a follow-up.
Thank you, Honourable Ms. Seku. I do apologize for not recognizing you earlier, but I don't have the electronic device in front of me, so I was not aware that you raised your hand. Honourable Seku, the last question to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on page 124, table 39, I just want the department to explain as to the reasons why amounts were budgeted for but was never transferred to municipalities. As to why, because I see, these municipalities I've seen before. So I just wanted to know if there's more into what I know as to why they were not given what was budgeted for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ministers, if you wish to respond to.
Thank you. I'll go first this time. In terms of what Honourable van der Westhuizen is saying, and I know our colleagues is here because George is a very important project for us. You know, I wish one can roll out the bus services across the Western Cape with the minibus taxi industry, Honourable Mbembe, as partners, as the first mile, last mile. As you know, we're living in an extremely difficult fiscal environment, which by today's Monday, by Wednesday, you're probably going to get more bad news from the National Minister of Finance. Is going to get worse. So yes, our colleagues are working hard to extended services to Thembalethu with reduced funding. Is not easy, but like I said, they are here and they can extend more need. And then that kind of services that's there will obviously enable better transport for the communities and help people to get to work safely and reduce the transport costs in the commuter, because that's what the ultimate goal is. One shouldn't take 2 or 3 taxis or 2 or 3 buses to get to work if you can get a direct link. And you see it, I can tell you, from Vredendal, the smaller communities bear the brunt, whether Saldanha, the cost of transport, the cost even from one farm to another farm. I mean, your chairperson knows it's expensive. It's expensive, and it's not fair on commuters who earn the least amount of money and still have to pay 2 or 3 taxis to get there. So we do need that integrated transport system. The minibus taxi industry, the decent bus service running, whether it's from George to Mossel Bay, from Mossel Bay to the wilderness area, Grootbrak to the small towns. You do need a good public transport service running, but it does come with money. It does need good infrastructure, needs good funding. And there's always the challenge, particularly in a more fiscal tight environment as we're heading to. Thank you.
Chair, before I ask the HOD to respond, I'm just going to respond in terms of Member Mbembe's question regarding provincial-owned land and buildings. And I would love to remind the Honourable Member that actually, and the devil is in the detail, that my department in its previous format and even in its new format is doing a lot, not only for inner city development, but also identifying parcels of land. One such, we are currently just awaiting the Supreme Court of Appeal's final decision before we can progress with that. But where the previous Department of Transport and Public Works have availed land or buildings, they were actually invaded. So it's unfair to continue to say that me and my department are not committed as such. Similarly, Honourable Mbembe, we had a special MINMEC last week, and one of the matters in terms of public works is actually, each province's performance in terms of availing parcels of land for, among other things, land restitution and so forth. And I'm proud to say, for the periods that were under review, this provincial department, which means this provincial government, outperformed any other province. But sadly, people focus on the negative, never on the positive, which me and my department do. So we are committed to that. And I do thank you for making a slight policy shift in your approach, because at one stage you focus on inner city development. Now you're asking on general provincially owned land. And we do avail such land across the province to municipalities. We have done that. And through you to the HOD, if it's possible, we can actually provide this standing committee with such a report, like we committed to with human settlements. Then you will see the real story of good governance in this province. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Perhaps if I may, I'd like to just pick up exactly where the Minister's left off. Also, on page 18 and 19 of the report, there is an indication of some projects, two others besides the Conradley Park, which are within the city area. That have been focusing on around affordable housing, the Founders Garden Artscape, as well as the Leeuloop precinct. So just to indicate that. And as far as making buildings available, as it stands, the Western Cape government certainly is under pressure from an office accommodation perspective itself. Generally has insufficient of its own property within the CBD and is required to lease in buildings in order to accommodate the government's requirements. So at this point in time, we don't have, let's say, buildings within this area in terms of our portfolio that we'd be making available that we no longer require from an office perspective. So just to add that particular point. I'll end up with a gravel road response, but if I could ask the CFO to begin with regarding the contractors and how they get an opportunity to potentially from their side state their case or raise any concerns that they have, linking also through your chair to Member Maseko's question around how contractors grow. And then to ask the mobility team, and looking down my right around the fraud at vehicle testing stations and how you check whether a vehicle is tested and so on. I'm going to see Mr. Payne is nodding, so direct that one down to him. And then I'll pick up on the questions from a roads perspective, not only on the gravel roads, Chair, but also on the aspect around the budget not being transferred to relevant municipalities. So CFO, to start with you.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the question about the appeal process, and I assume that the terminology was used loosely just to find out how that would work. Inherent in our infrastructure contracts, we provide for two processes, mediation and arbitration in the infrastructure sense of the word, and there's a particular process around that, so they would be able to do that. They're also able, if we register a complaint with the CIDP, there's an investigation in which they get consultant, and there's also a hearing where they can come and present their case. In addition to that, we have within the supply chain system in the department a governance and compliance unit, which doesn't sit and get involved in the actual day-to-day running of the department. They are there specifically also impartially to look at when things go wrong on projects, investigate inquiries by contractors, as you well know, any inquiry or a complaint, or if somebody feels that they've been unfairly treated or there's been an abuse of the supply chain system, they would go and they would lodge that particular complaint. This is also a register that is audited annually to see if we address the complaints that we received, how do we address it, is the recommendations that we made in direct correlation to the complaints that we received, and so on. So, and finally, of course, they have the right to go to court. And we explain this and the process to everybody that has a complaint or that has an issue. So they certainly do get an opportunity appeal to state their case and not necessarily what we would deem to be an appeal process. That's the first thing. Then your question about the shrinking pool of bidders, do we also experience it? Yes, but for various other reasons. And the reasons that we experience it from, because part of the supply chain's job is to understand what's happening in the sector, what's happening in the market, and how does it impact on our ability to deliver infrastructure. So the key contributors to the shrinking pool is one, the economic climate, understanding that people, where people don't get paid, and specifically linking this, of course, to our bigger grade contractors, the 7, 8s, and 9s, which we have continuously informed this committee are increasingly failing. as a result of them having to cross-subsidize projects between ourselves and the national departments who might not be paying for projects. So that's part of the reason why you would find the shrinking pool. The second one is unclear specifications. Whenever there is specifications that is unclear or people don't know what it is that's expected, you will find that the pool significantly decreases because, of course, they see that as a risk. And the moment that they can't cost for that risk, you see that people rather prefer to not participate in the process. Finally, the grade 7s, 8 and 9s issue, which I have just mentioned. Then is that our experience? Actually, what our experience have been is the following. Given what is happening, we find that the higher graded contractors participate in lower graded contracts, where the low grade contractors can't do the opposite. They can just tender in their range and downwards. So we find that. We also find quite a lot of new entrants from the perspective that these are contractors that generally has tendered in other provinces and never in ours. We've seen an increase in the number of new contractors in our province. So there's that. And then we've also seen a increase in the number of bids that come in below our estimate. And that's just a show of desperation in the market, not because the actual value of the work is pitched at that particular level. So, and how do we mitigate this? I can say that from our framework contracts point of view, this is also a mitigation if we find that we don't have any uptake or the kind of uptake that we would like. The framework contracts generally that we put in place also responds to that. Then finally, the question about the subcontracting and the 30% issue, I just want to perhaps raise the following. In our engagements with our contractors, with our smaller contractors, because we regularly have engagements to understand what are their challenges, what prohibits them from growing, what's the things that they would like us to assist, to unlock, and so on. Subcontracting, the 30% does not grow any contractor. In fact, the subcontracting arrangement, because it's a domestic one, you almost have a unfair power base. So the main contractor here, the small contractor here, the small contractor is desperate for work, and so they're forced to undercut themselves. Remembering that we are not involved in that process, it's a domestic subcontracting arrangement. So you will find the main contractor don't give them contracts or indicate what their subcontracting price should be or what their profit margin should be. That is not a sustainable way of growing subcontractors. In fact, for a contractor to move from a lower grade to a higher grade, they have to show that they got a specific amount of work under the same contract number, even if it's over a year or two. And for that reason, we designed the framework agreements to do exactly that. So you can still give them portions of work within their grading, but it's under one contract. And so for the purpose of evaluation with the CIDB, it's all added up, and then that constitutes the previous earnings from construction work to get them to a higher grade. So the framework contracts was really something that we had to think about to do, and for us to be able to give work directly to the smaller contractors. That's how you grow them, not through subcontracting arrangements. In fact, there is a almost master-slave kind of relationship in a domestic subcontracting arrangement that from a small contractor point of view, we have to guard against. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Payne, on the vehicle testing side of things.
Thank you, HOD. Chair, through you. In terms of the question by Mr. van der Westhuizen, just for this reporting year, we discontinued 6,423 motor vehicles. Provincial Traffic discontinued the use of that vehicles compared to the 5,169 from the previous year. So roadworthiness remains one of our pillars of attention, with our day-to-day stops. However, the deployment of our mobile vehicle testing unit, we've got qualified examiners of vehicles that actually, will go out to various areas. and work in conjunction with our traffic officer, who also has the right to discontinue a vehicle. So they do pick up anything untowards in terms of a vehicle that has just come through an official roadworthy test. At any of these engagement interventions, we do report it to our inspectorate that will conduct a formal investigation, as Mr. Ahmed reported, that works very closely with the Hawks as well. So there has been instances where cases have been reported. It is not alarmingly high, right? But we are conscious of the avenues that is available and that we do use to report matters, and then of course get the feedback in terms of what the outcomes are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I believe actually Mr. Ahmed has received an update on the number of convictions received from arrests. Mr. Ahmed, would you like to just give that number so we can close out that question before I then come to the roadside?
Thank you, HOD. Chair, through you. Randall and I obtained the information from our Deputy Director, who's responsible for the function since 2019 to 2020. Sorry, between 2019 and 2022, the Western Cape had 8 convictions from 36 arrests. So 8 convictions from 36 arrests to date. And of course, we will follow the other cases of those 36 as they go through the courts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then the questions regarding roads, I'm going to start with the last question first, which was in relation to the transfers on page 124. And that's in relation to proclaimed municipal main roads, where the municipality is entitled to claim a subsidy from the department, the kind of 80-20 split and so on. And what is required to happen is those municipalities are required to do whatever work along that municipal proclaimed municipal main road, and then submit that proof to us that they have paid for X amount, and we would then reimburse in terms of the subsidy requirement. Those municipalities listed did not submit any documentation to the department for reimbursing in line with any of the requirements of a proclaimed municipal main road. So the provision is there should they be doing some work, but they did not provide a claim, and therefore nothing was paid. And because, of course, it's just as a transfer payment, we couldn't use that money for anything else. It had to remain as unspent at the end of the financial year. Then, Chair, to your question around the flood damage and so on, of course, and you're quite right, when floods come along, we'll end up having to redirect our resources, particularly on the gravel road network, given that that's internal resources from the district roads engineers as well as the district municipalities that are responsible generally for the maintenance of that road network. So as a result, you will see an underperformance versus what the targets were, and again in the current financial year. Although potentially, of course, in this financial year, we're about to go into an adjustments budget, and on the basis that floods have already occurred, that we are potentially able to then reduce the target as it stands, already knowing the fact that that specific item is impacted upon. So unfortunately, yes, when you do land up having to redirect the resources, they spend the time having to repair, give access, as opposed to the program of the general regraveling that may be required. We've had many discussions, as you know, through this committee over the years regarding gravel borrow pits and the availability of material. That certainly does impact in some areas. But your point then raised about the agricultural sector and partnerships, certainly wherever we can, we do try to provide and work together to get some sort of partnerships. We have had a couple that are successful in the Witzenberg area. We haven't, as you say, necessarily in every instance quantified or monetized it because you're not always able to do that. And in some instances, when you do want to look at being quite formal about it, and you need to put agreements in place, the aspects of potential liability come to the fore. And at times that then causes people to run away because, of course, now you're putting it in black and white as opposed to, let's say, a gentleman's or gentleperson's agreement that is allowing the work to happen. So I do think one needs to understand that there is a very important role that the sector does play, and that we appreciate it and look favorably at that wherever we can in that partnership approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gooch, and your officials, colleagues. We're standing now between a tea break or a follow-up. Just a quick follow-up, because let me just add that it is the intention, if we break, and then most of the people who are currently here will not return, and then we will have only officials impacted by the second part of the report of GMT. So I'm going to allow follow-ups, and then we can exhaust that, and then we can then have break for tea, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Now, on I normally say when we ask questions, we are not asking them for purposes of catching people up or just try to appear negative. It's trying to see if we can make suggestions as well, because I welcome the idea of the information that has just been given by the CFO around the issue of the 30%, because on face value, we might all be fighting that let this subcontractor get the 30%, but not being aware in the process, they get shortchanged, the way you've actually explained it. Now, CFO, is it not possible then maybe, because the whole idea is to try and make these small companies to grow also so that they can be at the level. It can be that when I started 30 years ago in government, same companies that were doing the work with government, big contract, they are still the same, and you don't get any from the disadvantaged area. And most of the work is done by these people from the disadvantaged area, but they just don't own these companies. Now, is it not possible when this big work, for example, the big work in Mossel Bay is about 340 million, the upgrading of that road, 30% of that is 100 million. Almost 100 million. Just going to make a good impact for those small companies. But is it not possible then, seeing that this 30%, you can break it down, this work, break it down into pieces? Obviously, that will need engineers' views on. You break down this work so that you can also begin to give them an opportunity to grow. So just a follow up on that. Then, on Minister, I take that the land you are talking about is Staffelberg, that we are in court with. So if that is the case, then we'll wait patiently then. But maybe it would have been good if you did not appeal. If you will not appeal, we'll have been starting with that. But we'll wait patiently for the court case, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. My last number of questions I want to put under the topic of training. So on the one hand, I really appreciate the opportunities for learnership or apprenticeships which have come through the work of Presume, particularly on the public work side of things. But then on the transport side, my impression is that there's a huge demand also from the figures that you've published for applications and the number of people eventually attending the Jean Low Traffic Training Center. So my first question is, are there any plans or possibilities to increase the numbers of people that can be trained at the Jean Low Center? The second one is, I also saw in your annual report that I think 6 officers were trained by one of our well-known brand companies on what they call, I think, response vehicle driver. And again, the figure of 6 being trained seems to me as if it's a figure that, one can, taking into account the number of officers on our roads every day, that figure may perhaps be increased. So what is the possibility of perhaps increasing that? And also linked to that, was that offered for free by, let me name the company, Volkswagen, or did we have to pay for that? And is there any possibility for perhaps increased ongoing training of our traffic officers in best practices? And I'm going to mention a strange one perhaps. for example, I phoned the Provincial Traffic Centre, and I've always received excellent service from that number, and I've circulated it with my friends also when we had the strikes and so on. Really, wonderful service. People that know what you're talking about. People that answer their phone, which is not always the case with all government helplines, etc. But the one instance where I had to phone them, I think, well, more than one case is where there were livestock on the road. Now I must say, I was wondering, how do you handle a situation like that? Because you also don't want to scare animals that are perhaps feeding next to the road. Then they run onto the road, and your intervention might cause a higher risk. So, but somebody needs to train people to deal with situations such as that. And other new, you can mention perhaps many other situations. What is the best practices? How do you give in-service training to our law enforcement officers so that they can deal perhaps with these kind of irregular occurrences of things that might come their way? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable from the West Session, Honourable Seleko.
No, Chair, I see Member Mvimbi has been tapping on the issue of Mossel Bay now. And I'm little, as I know that the Chair of Infrastructure Minister is online, and we'll be heading back to Mossel Bay. And we've been flooded with a lot of correspondence pertaining to this 30%. And I just wanted to sensitize the department that whoever the department will be sending to do a presentation there, that we convey a right message there, that it does not compromise us as members of parliament, and that it's clear and it's said to everybody that is there that we tell them in terms of the position, it's not us. It is the legislation has been found null and void, unconstitutional. There is no entitlement for anyone to get a particular percentage in a project. Why I'm saying that, because last week I also got a call from Mossel Bay, from the police station, where the commissioner wanted to know information pertaining, because they were about to open a case, claiming that the contractor is supposed to give them 30% and is not willing to give them, and they wanted to open a case. And I was able to say, no, we are coming back to Mossel Bay. Please come and join our meeting, and so that you can understand what is actually happening. So if there are SMMEs that have that understanding, then I get a little bit worried. And that's why we are confronted with a lot of extortions because of miscommunication. I'm a little bit worried as I sit here, if there's so many SMMEs that don't understand the kind of legislation that actually supposed to assist them, and what we are doing as a department. Thank you very much. I just wanted to share that, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Seleko, for that comment. Colleagues, that when it's the press, your questions and your engagement. So I'm going to allow you another opportunity to ask questions after the responses, and thereafter, then we will have to draw a line in the sand. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. I will ask that the CFO once again picks up on the points around the question of breaking down contracts into smaller pieces, both the legal as well as the general functioning of that. And then the questions that have all been raised in regards to the provincial traffic and the possibilities for increasing the number of people trained, and the response vehicle side as well as the livestock. I'll ask Mr. Payne to deal with that, and would certainly do note and thank you the aspects around the Mossel Bay that have been raised. And if there's anything you'd like to add on in relation to that, you're more than welcome to do so, CFO Puli. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, through you. On the suggestion or the question about can't we break down the work so smaller contractors can grow, we are not by law allowed to deliberately break up a tender. Because what that means is you're circumventing processes that would apply to bigger contracts that doesn't apply to smaller contracts, and that is seen as circumventing tender processes. So we are not allowed to do that. Where we are allowed in the design of something to not put everything out in the same way. Let's make an example. If Generally, what we used to do is we used to have asbestos consultants and contractors as a subcategory under general builders. We've managed to, because of the fraud and because of the abuse that happened in that instances, we've managed to pull it apart, and now we appoint a consultant off of the database that we've spoken about, and we appoint contractors through the IPS, which is then allocated to a contractor that's a general build contractor. But in a project such as this, you can't break up that project and wanting to give it to a smaller contract, and then the project team needs to manage the programming, the coordination, the work by the smaller contractor, the dependencies that the larger contractor would have. That is not a viable way to do it. That doesn't mean that it can't work in all instances. There are instances depending on what it is, especially in the general goods and services space, that you could do that. But in the infrastructure space, there are other risks and liabilities that then move between these contractors and move to government that we simply can't manage in that particular way. Then, pertaining to the Mossel Bay case, I just wish to report that my team has been there on Thursday, actually on a request by the community, who then gathered all of the contractors in one room and asked us to go. It's the same team that will accompany this committee and will be there again. I just also want to say that the feedback that they've received from the community, because they actually managed to bring with, they had the receiver of revenue there. They had members from the National Treasury on the CSD there. They did presentations. They had the municipality there so that they could bring the full might of the government teams to explain how does this work? How can we help you? Do you have your own things in place? Do you know how to tender? Do you know how to be ready? So all of that is presented to them, and it was a full day workshop that they have that was very well received. So that's, and also linking it then to the actual project, so that teams can understand, when we give you this training, this is how it feeds into the project. It will be the same team that will be there and accompanying the committee when you are there. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Payne?
Thank you, HOD. Mr. Ahmed will respond to the question in terms of the 6 officials that received the driver training from Volkswagen. And then I will respond in terms of the training. One of the focus areas, and I spoke about it earlier, about qualifying our officers, becoming qualified examiners of vehicles. That was one of our focus areas in terms of the training that we have made available to our officials. Other than that, equipping them to be able to do the function is also one of the set criteria in terms of, progressing within the traffic fraternity. So a lot of focus has been placed on the examiners of vehicles training as such. And speaking about the training, unfortunately, the herding of livestock is not part of the curriculum. However, our field training officer program and qualified officers actually share their experiences in terms of how do we go about herding cattle or livestock off of our roads. You're 100% correct. Spooking those animals and creates a danger to our motorists as such. But if we do have challenges in terms of removing those animals from the road reserve, in most cases, the local authority normally has units, livestock recovery units, where we can contact them to remove the units, the livestock, especially if we contract the owners. But in most cases, it's normally a breakage in the fence, and I think our officers adequately deal with steering those livestock back, onto the appropriate land as such. But and thank you very much for the compliment about the traffic center and the assistance. We should get that more often. Thanks. Thank you.
Chair, through you, HOD. Member van der Westhuizen, thank you very much for that question. We actually when we go through the GMT annual report on page 60, we in fact do speak to that exact point that you've raised, the need for advanced driver training for especially our first responders, ambulance drivers and provincial traffic. So I'm glad to report that in this year, we ran a pilot project with VW South Africa. It was called the Response Driver Training Pilot Project for us. In our annual report, you'll also see that we engage with the OEMs, the vehicle manufacturers, effectively, to discuss our needs and also to understand where they offer services that may be of value to us. In this particular case, I'm glad to report it was, we were not charged for it. And we know of other OEMs like Land Rover Jaguar that also offers advanced driver training. Most of the OEMs have got skid pans, for example, and training facilities where people can go for training for this type of response driver training, or also 4x4 training, how to effectively maneuver a 4x4 vehicle. We have, in fact, had requests from a few of our clients who we have allocated 4x4 vehicles to for that type of training as well. So it is something that we are, as GMT, responding to our clients with this type of training in partnership with the OEMs from which we procure the vehicles. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, HUD and CFO and colleagues. Colleagues, you have any other follow-ups that you'd like to pose?
And I propose that we do this in writing, perhaps afterwards.
Yes, of course, no problem. We will have an opportunity to do that. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contributions and your presence. Now, let me just indicate the way forward. After consultation with my chairperson of SCOPA, Honorable Mbambi, we have agreed that the committee will meet with the AG at 1:30 instead of 2, and have our in-committee meeting with the AG's office, and we'll then meet with the department at 2 instead of the anticipated time of between 3 and 3, because we know that you have a lot of important work that you need to do and projects that need to be completed. So we don't want to shackle you down in lengthy meetings. So what will happen now, and I thank you for your patience and cooperation. Not lunch. There's tea and refreshments in the members' lounge. Is down the passage for those who are new to the environment. Please indulge. And between 12:30 and 1:30, for those of the members who are returning, lunch will be served in the members' lounge as well. So for those colleagues who are not directly affected with the GMT report, you do not need to return, but I'm sure I will see some of you under the chairpersonship of my colleague, Honorable Mvimbi, at 2 o'clock. So thank you so much, Honorable colleagues and Minister and HUD. I would like to know whether Ms. Gooch, will you be turning off the tea? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. The meeting is. Oh yes, sorry, just my esteemed right-hand man. It is now 10 to 11. Can we try to be back by 11, please? Thank you so much. Meeting is temporarily adjourned. That upon our return, we will be dealing with the annual report of the government motor transport. As it is that currently this particular entity is located within the Department of Mobility, but for annual report purposes, the time for which this had been compiled fell within the Department of Transport. Public Works gets so confused with this change in the Department of Transport and Public Works. That's it. Thank you, Honourable Minister. So it falls within that time period for the financial years 2022 and 2023. So as we've done with the previous report, there may be outstanding lingering questions that members didn't get an opportunity to put to the House. We will provide opportunity for members to put those questions in writing after we've concluded with this particular report. So without further ado, for record purposes, can we introduce ourselves again? I'm Derek America. I'm the chairperson of this particular meeting.
Andrigas van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Lulama Mvimbi.
Thank you, Chair Mbulela Isaac Silego.
Thank you, members. And we have on my right-hand side, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Tisha Simmers, Provincial Minister of Infrastructure, but for the period under review, it's also winding up that period now as the Executive Authority, which is also tasked with oversight over the entity. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricardo Mackenzie, Provincial Minister of Mobility, and still a box supporter.
Good morning, Jackie Gooch, HOD of Infrastructure and previously HOD of TPW.
Good morning, Marissa Moore, Department of Mobility, HOD.
Good morning, Chair and members. Yasir Ahmed, Chief Director for GNT.
Good morning, Rian Wiggle, Director of Fleet Finance, GMP.
Good morning, Antoni Jansen van Rensburg, Director of Fleet Services.
Good morning, everybody. Chantal Smith. I'm the DDG for Finance in both the Department of Infrastructure and the previous Department of Transport and Public Works.
Sorry. Suffering the after effects of this weekend's Minister. That my voice is also a bit hoarse. Yeah, I can get a perd opgeëet. So, as we may expect other individuals or other officials who are here to respond to some of the questions, they would then be introduced or introduce themselves as they respond to the questions. So, as we've done earlier, I'm going to put the sections to the House that we will be dealing with, and it's part A, part B, and part D. But before we deal with that, I'm going to ask the ministers to make brief introductions, and the HOD and the Chief Director, Mr. Ahmed, and thereafter I will open a meeting for interrogations of the report. Okay.
Chair, I think my opening comments will be very short, just like the management report I saw of GMT, which was 1 page. Thank you very much. Very proud of them.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed and your team, for running an incredible entity. You know, once you have your credit from your peers, Mr. Ahmed will tell you probably later on that GMT is now doing business with national departments. It speaks to the quality of the work that they're doing in GMT when your national colleagues trust you with their business. And I want to thank him and his team and to those at our facilities who ensure that our cars get to our staff members, because you can't deliver an effective services, whether you do education, social development, any other services without an effective transport system. In this case, that effective transport system is our government motor transport, which is from your provincial traffic, from government departments that make use of their service, our ambulance services, and any other government department that makes use of the service. GMT is that entity that makes sure it happens. That enables them to deliver those services. So just want to thank you and all our drivers, the guys who park the cars, the guys who wash the cars. If you visit that facility one day as a standing committee, you'll see the quality. When I visited for the first time, I thought that somebody drew a line with a straight line the way the cars are parked. It shows there's a quality of the staff members there and the professionalism and the dedication that they take into doing this work. So it's another success, another remarkable, clean audit, another year, and a great entity that does incredible work on behalf of the Western Cape government. So thank you to him and his team, and we're here to answer questions.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Perhaps just to acknowledge that in the year under review, GMT certainly as the trading entity was able to utilize, as we said before, the systems and investment that it made, particularly on the ICT side of things, in order to leverage further gains and benefits. It also actually enabled the broader Department of Transport and Public Works to use some of that technology and approach in the work that it was doing. So I would like to also from my side acknowledge and commend the team, as well as considering what the future holds and making sure that we're starting to put policies and strategies in place that consider electric vehicles, alternate different types of engines as opposed to the internal combustion engine, which I think is important and shows that as an entity it is considering the future and trying to make sure that it's appropriately positioned for that. And just from my side to thank the
Thank you, Ms. Goose. Mr. Ahmed, if you want to make an opening remark.
Chair, I think HOD Gooch covered it effectively. The document, I hope, speaks for itself. We've tried to lay it out in a way, as members in previous years had indicated, in a way that's easy to read, not just for members of the Standing Committee and government officials, but for the public as well, so that we can also showcase how we in the Western Cape does business to better the lives of the citizens. And this annual report is in line with the strategy of GMT, the strategy 2020 to 2025. We are doing our utmost to stay true to our vision and massive transformative purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Colleagues, with those opening remarks, the context have been created for us to launch our missiles. So only joking. I'm sorry, I said in jest. To ask you questions, I recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen and Honourable Mbimbi, and let me take it from there. Colleagues, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, I, in my previous life, used to work for the Western Cape Provincial Government and sometimes had to make use of GMT transport. But the cost of that transport was never revealed to me. So I do not know how your cost structure works, and perhaps if you wouldn't mind just explaining that to us, and perhaps you can either refer to then page 6, where you break it up into fuel and oil costs, and then the maintenance repairs costs as well. And then I would like to know on page 10 where you get those figures from, the cheapest hire. I went on to 3 private rental company's website. And I also checked with one of my own invoices that I received, because I must say, it's, to compare apples with apples is not always that easy, because your rental company would say it costs you currently 421 Rand per day, including 100 kilometers. But then there's what they call a contract fee of 100 Rand. And then obviously it depends on what level of insurance you may want to upgrade to, etc. But I must say, the figures that you are quoting there, for example, for a Volkswagen Polo Vivo, the cheapest hire that whoever compiled this table quoted does not quite tie in. And I would love you to also go onto the internet and ask for a few quotes. Even some of the prices I got was for picking up and dropping off at airports, which were a lot lower than that 1,200 per day for a Polo Vivo. So I must say you still compare favorably with the private sector, but I think that is an exaggeration that we're seeing there. And I would love to just you to help me in understanding your tariff structure, because as I've said, I would hate not to be comparing apples with apples. Then, Chair, I was also interested to learn about the e-vehicles. My impression is that those vehicles, the ones that I've seen, were acquired some 2-3 financial years ago already. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind just telling us what have been your experience with those vehicles, and did you in this year under review acquire any further e-vehicles? If so, how many of them have you acquired? And I do know that the initial ones were like a pilot project for us also to get to terms and understand, what would be needed should we eventually switch over completely to those vehicles. And then the third question and last one for this round, Chair, in terms of the vehicles that you put on auction, what are your, can I call it, rule of thumb? Is it after 5 years? Is it after 100,000 kilometers? Surely you have got, I presume, some indicators that would say to you, but this vehicle now needs to be, dispersed of. And I can also just imagine that may change from the type of vehicle to type of vehicle. I would just imagine that a specialized, especially equipped vehicle, like some of the ones which we've seen in the past in George, which would be able to assist with, can we call it earthquakes or structural damages, or that need to be able to support divers and high altitude teams and so on, that some of those vehicles may not be replaced every 5 years like you would perhaps do with a light motor vehicle, etc. So if you could just tell us what's your reasoning before you decide to dispose of a vehicle? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Conversation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just in following up all on the heels of Honourable van der Westhuizen, the auctioning of the cars, in other words, to try and get rid of them because of their lifespan. Do you get rid of them? Of course, you might explain the process. Now, what are the proceeds? Are you going to? What do you use the proceeds for? Is to buy other cars, or is it the money being used for other things as well? And on page 25, I see there you say all GMT functionality and activity through the entire vehicle lifecycle are now accommodated in one facility. So now I should take it that's what we'll call the government garage. Is it where everything now, all the cars are stored in this one facilities? It's not like where we have other cars in this spot, other cars in that spot. So you kind of now have one-stop show for these for the storage of this vehicle. Just one, if you can just elaborate on that. Then it was like the Minister Mackenzie was reading my mind, because I was he has partially answered this question because I was seeing on page 30 where you've got outstanding debts per client. And I see there you even got, I was wondering now, why will you be owed by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development? It's a national department. And then also even I see there's even the Free State government. Now, are we also borrowing cars to them or are we renting out cars to them? I see even the Office of the Chief Justice as well, you know. So I think in a way it might have been the comments that Honorable Minister was making. So I just wanted to check whether are we doing the transaction with those departments. That goes the same to a similar question I was gonna have on because I see on page 77 you also got the conditional grant is a paid up value judges vehicle. Is that the same thing as well? You are also offering cars to judges as well, you know. So that's really what I wanted to find out.
Thank you, colleagues. So are there any questions for the first round?
Thank you very much, Minister and HODs. Member van der Westhuizen's questions with regard to the cost breakdown of tariffs. I'm going to just broadly explain how the tariffs are made up. It's two tariffs. One is a daily tariff, which we charge to our clients where a vehicle is permanently allocated to that client. That's the one model. There's a second model, which is a general hire model, where we charge a daily tariff for when the vehicle is actually used. And that generally would be from a general hire pool, where the client can access a vehicle if it's required on that particular day, let's say for 2 days, and then the vehicle is given back. Where the vehicle is permanently allocated, that vehicle accrues the daily tariff for the entire month. And in the second part of the tariff structure is the kilometer tariff. The kilometer tariff, in our case, we adjust monthly based on the fuel price. So if the fuel price is adjusted up, the kilometer tariff is adjusted up as well. That was introduced about from 2016 after consultation with Provincial Treasury. Before that, we had set a kilometer tariff for the month. And of course, it was extremely risky for GMT at the time, although we did survive. But with the fluctuations in the fuel price over the last couple of months, as you've seen, especially upwards, it has been to GMT's advantage that we actually did change to adjusting the kilometer tariff on a monthly basis. The daily tariff is set every year in consultation with Provincial Treasury as required in terms of the National Treasury regulation. So we make recommendations to Treasury and they give the approval for the daily tariff. I must mention here, and it is shown in one of the graphs, that our daily tariff we've tried to keep below MTIF. In fact, it has been below MTIF. And that, of course, is with the understanding that our client departments are fiscally constrained right now, and we try to meet them halfway or even beyond halfway. I don't know if Rian Wiegel, our Director for Finance, wants to add to the cost breakdown of tariffs.
Chairperson, through you, the question also pertained to the calculation method of the tariffs. So in terms of Section 19 of the Treasury regulations, GMT as a trading entity has to recoup the charges, through charges, the cost of the goods and services rendered to client institutions. So for the calculation of the daily tariffs, we basically take the cost of the vehicle and divide that by average number of vehicles in the pool over a year. So basically the opening balance, the closing balance of the number of vehicles, and divide basically the cost of the vehicle in that number. That daily tariff also is used for the fixed overhead component of GMT. So basically everything apart from the repairs and maintenance and the fuel, the running costs of the vehicle, is included then through that number of vehicles that we use as part of the calculation, and that those two components of it is then allocated to the daily tariff. On the kilometer tariff, basically we use the repairs and maintenance, the running costs, and also use the number of estimated kilometers for the period, and that is then used for calculating the kilometer tariff.
Okay. If I could also ask Riaan perhaps just shortly to cover the graph that we show, figure 1 on page 10, that Member van der Westhuizen referred to. In short, and then I can go into the detail, we also go onto the websites of various private hire companies. And I, like you, Member van der Westhuizen, had a need to hire a vehicle in Johannesburg when I attended a funeral there. And the pricing that we got here was very much confirmed on my side as well, what I had to pay. In my case, unfortunately, they also said that I caused some scratches on the vehicle, so there was an inflated amount. So I can't exactly compare apples with apples with what I actually charge. But Riaan can go into the details of what it is on the websites that we request in terms of the service, and how we then compare that to GMT's service, not taking into account the additional services that GMT offers as part of the value proposition to our clients. Riaan?
Chairperson, through you, what we try and do is on the bottom of page 10, when we're doing these cost comparatives, and try and incorporate some of these factors that we list over there right at the bottom of page 10 into our tariff calculation. So we try and compare our tariff and basically use the tariffs that one would pay by using the rental companies. We use the websites, and this specific graph that you see over here was done at the end of March, 31st of March. And what we can do is we can provide the information and our calculations to support these 5 bar charts that you see over there.
Thank you, Riaan. Chair, through you, the question with regards to the electric vehicles, and we do cover quite a bit about the electric vehicle strategy in this annual report. And I think we did make, either last year or the year before, we made the EV strategy available to members via the Secretariat. So in that EV strategy, we lay out how it is that we as GMT in the Western Cape seek to transition from internal combustion engines to electric vehicle powered vehicles. The reasoning behind that is that we did not simply want to go out and buy electric vehicles and say, right here, use it. We wanted to ensure that there was an ecosystem created so that our clients are able to not just use an electric vehicle and charge it at home, but that we also monitor the private sector in terms of the provision of charging stations by the private sector, and of course also by our government departments through public works, as they provide EV charging points in our government buildings. And as you pointed out, Chair, and as Minister Mackenzie also pointed out, we do have national clients as well. So we want to ensure that the transition from ICE vehicles to EVs is done in a holistic manner. And the vehicles that we acquired 3 years ago, we have a total of 7 electric vehicles in our fleet. The vehicles that we have, we've made available to selected clients to test drive. And the reason why is that when you test drive, and HOD Moore test drove one of the electric vehicles last Friday for the first time, and it's a completely different experience to how you drive an internal combustion diesel or petrol vehicle. There's a certain discipline also that you have to have, because the torque on an electric vehicle is extremely good. So your acceleration is going to be almost immediate when you put your foot on the accelerator. When you plan your journey also, you've got to factor in how the electric vehicle functions. A lot of people understand that when they go on a long distance trip, that they must plan where they're going to fill up. Now, similarly, when you plan a journey with an electric vehicle, you've got to think about where it is that you're going to recharge the batteries of the vehicle. And there's this thing called range anxiety. You see the battery charge going down, and obviously you become anxious when the battery is reaching that 20% or 15%. Now, battery technology is changing very fast. Charging technology also is changing very fast. And I've presented a couple of papers at conferences where we have seen how fast battery and charging technology is changing. So as GMT, we're monitoring developments in this regard so that we get to a point where we say that is now the optimal point for us to go out and get vehicles that are practical for use by our clients. And I'll use the example of the Nissan Leaf or the VW ID4, which will hit the market next year and the year after, respectively. So we're monitoring the market so that we can plan well in advance of when we bring the electric vehicles into our fleet, when we make it available to our clients, so that we precede that availability of the electric vehicles also with training and education around what the difference is between an electric vehicle and an internal combustion engine vehicle in terms of how you drive and how you plan your journeys with that. It was very exciting for us as part of this research, if I can call it that. It is actually research for us as GMT so that we can inform our clients. When we went on a road trip from GMT's office to VW's offices in Kebega, and we had to plan that journey, and we had to feel how the electric vehicle responded. So that information that we collected, we were then in a position to impart to our clients and say, you know what, the fears are real, range anxiety is real, but this is how you overcome it. This was our experience. And it was interesting that academic institutions, media asked us about that experience, and we were able to answer that questions. So in terms of further acquisition, in answer to your question, Member van der Westhuizen, we are definitely planning to transition the fleet as far as possible to electric. And that includes, and I think you'd be interested to know, it includes also electric ambulances, where we are monitoring the availability of electric panel vans in South Africa, and they already are. But with our Department of Health and EMS, understanding whether the current electric panel van is suitable for conversion into an ambulance. That's another question, which we as GMT with our clients will work through together. And also importantly for our broader department, Department of the Mobility Department, is of course the impact that electric vehicles can make when it comes to public transport. So we're closely monitoring work that is being done by the University of Stellenbosch and a private company called RAM, RHAM, in the conversion of a minibus taxi into an electric minibus. So that certainly is very exciting developments that we are monitoring very carefully. It will benefit not just the mobility department, but other departments as well that make use of those types of vehicles. So, Member van der Westhuizen, I'm sure you can understand I can go on about EVs. I'm quite excited about EVs, but I'll leave it at that for now. You are welcome to answer, to ask follow-up questions, of course, as well. With regards to vehicles that we put on auction, Mr. Mvimbi and Member van der Westhuizen, you both asked questions in that regard. First, in answer to Member Mvimbi's question, the proceeds, you're right, go towards funding the replacement vehicle for the client department. It's largely for that. And with regards to when we sell the vehicle, Member van der Westhuizen, we do have a policy, which of course our clients are privy to. For general fleet, it's 4 years, 100,000 kilometers. That is when we seek to replace the vehicle. After that, the maintenance and repairs on that vehicle does become more expensive, almost exponentially. And you see when we go through the figures later on, it actually shows up in our financials how, because we are now on a path to replacing our aging fleet as quickly as possible, we are seeing the benefits downstream with repairs and maintenance costs going down. So for general vehicles, it's 4 years, 100,000 kilometers. For an ambulance, it's about 5 years, and 20. An ambulance, it's 5 years. And then, of course, you also mentioned those specialized vehicles. I'm going to use the example of what's called Rescue 6, which is an EMS vehicle. It's a huge truck that is used to lift a vehicle that's involved in a crash from, for instance, a ravine, or 2 trucks that have been in a collision. Rescue 6 can be deployed to go and recover those vehicles. And I must say it's used not just by EMS, other clients, other authorities have also asked to make use of Rescue 6. When you have a specialized vehicle like that, the lifespan is 15 years and beyond. We're at that point now where we are in discussions with EMS to actually replace Rescue 6 with a newer vehicle, a newer chassis, along with new technology also that's available in the market for EMS as a client for that type of specialized mobility needs, as we call it. The question Member Mvimbi asked relating to page 25, the one facility. When we talk about one facility, we talk about the GMT precinct where all of our operations are based now. So previously, you may recall GMT was based in Ruland Street. And then we also had a presence in Hope Street and a presence in Pardon Island. When the site in Maitland, in Risper Street, Maitland, was acquired, it presented an opportunity for us to have all of our people and all of our operations on one site. And that is what we refer to with the one precinct. We're not exactly there yet. Phase 3 of the Maitland site construction would have included a 7-story building for parking. But in consultation with HOD Gooch and Public Works colleagues, it just did not make sense to invest that kind of money for that type of building in that area. We have instead looked at space around the facility at Risper Street, so where we can park vehicles and where we can prepare vehicles for allocation to clients or for auction when they are returned. Then, Mr. Mvimbi, your question with regards to outstanding debts. I'm going to here also ask Rian to perhaps add, but just in short, as we've said before, that gives us just a snapshot. As at the 31st of March, that was the outstanding balance of that client. In some cases, it was paid the very next week. So it's not an indication that they bad debts, they just debts as a snapshot of how much that client owes at the end of the financial year. But I must say, generally, our clients are excellent payers. Our biggest client, Department of Health, pays within 2 weeks of receipt of an invoice, and we're very, very grateful for that. We're much luckier than some of our colleagues in other provinces when it comes to their GMTs and their relationships with their big clients. Rian, anything else on the outstanding debt?
Yes, I can just add, the question had aspects on national clients and also on judges, as I understood. So at the end of March, 337 vehicles in total were allocated to national client institutions, and those include judges and basically some of the other national clients that you see on page 30. Thank you.
Just a bit more detail on that. The Office of the Chief Justice is responsible for all of the judges in the High Courts, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the Constitutional Court. And GMT Western Cape, but not just GMT Western Cape, G Fleet in Gauteng, they also provide some vehicles to OCJ, and we provide about 120 odd vehicles to judges based in the Western Cape, Gauteng, Free State, the SCA judges, and our footprint is actually now broadening as judges actually choose to switch to GMT Western Cape.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. You mentioned about range anxiety people have with regard to EVs. With the price of petrol and diesel now, even those with internal combustion engines will experience quite a significant amount of range anxiety over this festive season. Thank you. Colleagues, those were the responses. If you have any follow-up questions, please feel free to raise them. I honor Honorable van der Westhuizen and Mr. Honorable Mbambi. Thank you. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much for all the information that you've provided. If I look at the average price per vehicle that was put on auction, it seems to me to be somewhat below 100,000 rand per vehicle, which quite frankly, Chair, for a 4-year-old vehicle with less than 100,000 kilometers, seemed to be quite a good buy, taking into account that, you know, some of the vehicles are, can I call it, somewhat bigger vehicles as well. It's not only Polo Vivo models that are put on sale. So my first question is just, do you from time to time do a check to see whether you believe that the auction system is, and I think it's prescribed by PFMA, we don't have many other options to dispose of assets, but whether we believe that is, can I call it, still rendering value for money or value for the asset that we are selling. The second one is, it's my impression, Chair, that vehicles over the years have become more and more reliable. You can do more kilometers with them. They are better treated against rust and the elements. So my question is, for how long has this policy of 4 years or 100,000 kilometers, and I presume whichever comes first, perhaps you can just say whether that is the case. For long has that policy been there? And isn't it perhaps time to say, but, you know, a vehicle at 120,000 kilometers, 5-year-old, is still a reliable vehicle? That's my impression, unless government vehicles tend to lead a much harder life. And then lastly, in terms of the management of those vehicles. In the past, vehicles were fitted with certain tracking devices, but more than just trying to determine where the vehicle has been, it also indicated excessive braking, speeding, and so on. What is the current position? Because apparently the whole system changed. It used to be like a little panel that's been installed within sight, and you could hear audibly, when, and don't ask me how I know it, but if you brake too fast or go too fast around the corner, it would audibly alert you to that. Chair, if I may, on that same, we used to use a system called e-fuel for the filling up of vehicles. What is the current system? Do we now use cards or whatever? You do indicate that control over fuel is a very difficult but very important aspect as it's a highly tradable commodity. I think those are the words that you use. What is the current system to be able to, can I call it, manage the consumption of fuel, so that should there be, pilfering of fuel, or should there be, for example, a change of tires? I've heard that some of the rental companies have this problem that the new vehicle would come back with worn tires or worn shock absorbers and so on. What do you do in that respect to protect our assets? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Westhuizen. Honorable Mbambi.
It's basically a new question, Jake. Okay. The question is based on the information of on page 74 on conditional grant. The second sentence reads like, these funds are classified as conditional grants and were deposited in GMD's bank account before the orders were processed. But informed then by that sentence on page 76, I've struggled to understand that page. If maybe it can be explained to me. I read it several times with my layman's understanding of English. I just couldn't battle. I hope it's not what I suspect it is, which led to the delays in the deployment of the BMWs. Because it's got also something to do with the installation of the two-way radios. So just maybe if you can just, because I read it several times, so that's why I thought let me ask it as a separate question and not cloud it with other questions, just on its own.
Thank you, Honorable Mbambi. We have other questions as well?
So I'm finished for the day.
Okay, thank you. Just I want to add quickly. Yeah, in terms of the question raised by Honorable Van der Westhuizen, I want the department to answer that question. I have a different interpretation of it. But I would want to know whether you have reserve prices attached to those vehicles that will go out onto auction, because that will, in a way, address some of the issues that you may have concern of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and members. Short answer to your question, Chair, is yes, there is a reserve price that we attach to vehicles. The auctions are done via a website, an online auction. So anyone from anywhere in the country, in fact, can put in bids for the vehicles. And I'll ask Rian to perhaps just go into a bit more detail on the first part of Member Van der Westhuizen's question with regards to the price that you see that we achieve. Yeah?
Chairperson, through you. Thank you. This question I took it was on page 19, specifically the number of lots sold, 603. So that includes load bodies. So basically load bodies were sold at 8,000 Rand each during the year. So the actual number of vehicles, which is included in the lots, was actually 584 vehicles. So basically that's why your average per vehicle is reduced in the process. And I think that also answers part of the question about the value for money. We've got an auction contract, and what we've seen the reserve prices, and this is part of it, the reserve value has increased from 56.11% during the previous year to 59.95% in the current reporting period. So if we take the number of vehicles that we are disposing, it's a huge percentage, 3%. And I think that also answers part of the question about value for money during the auction process. Thank you.
Thank you, Rian. Chair, again, through you. Member Van der Westhuizen, you asked whether we do vehicle checks before we auction the vehicle. And the answer there is yes, we do very rigorous checks, in fact, because every component in the vehicle has to be accounted for. And all the vehicles that we sell via auction is thoroughly audited by the auditors. So they will take a random sample of vehicles, and they will go into the documentation, whether we have accounted for the spare wheel, for the jack of the car. All of those we do the checks. I think if I read into your question whether we could perhaps improve the condition of the vehicle, it is in fact something that we are considering, and something that we learn from our colleagues in Gauteng when we do what we refer to benchmarking in our annual report. So we benchmark against other GMTs to see if there are any best practices here in South Africa that we can learn from. And likewise, they come to the Western Cape to see how our systems work, our processes, etc. So we do share with one another. And what we've done in Gauteng, and it's also a good job creation opportunity, is they've introduced a bodyworks component where they just do buffing of the car, getting rid of the small scratches. And we're considering that now, but just taking stock of what kind of value that would add, and what whether we would be able to recover the costs of such an initiative. Because as Rian indicated, if we are going to go down that route and we spend money, we want to be sure that we are able to recover the expenditure that we incur. I must say, though, that the values that we get from the auctions have been very good. And of course, it has a lot to do with the current market for second-hand vehicles. If anything, I would like us to speed up, and we will be speeding up the number of vehicles that go out on auction. Of course, that balances also with how fast we get in the new cars, which, as you know, for a number of years, has been a challenge for GMT and any fleet owner. Just the availability of vehicles in the market, the time that it takes to deliver the vehicles by the OEMs because of the supply chain issues that they have globally. So, Member van der Westhuizen, I know I've added a bit more detail perhaps to what you requested, but I think that contextualizes where we are at when it comes to checking vehicles before we put them out on auction. The question with regards to vehicles being more reliable, the newer vehicles being more reliable, it's something that I'm not going to say that I agree or disagree with. What I can say is that the newer vehicles are much more fuel efficient. The internal combustion engine vehicles are much more fuel efficient. That is why you have smaller engine capacities. You have a 1.1 liter Toyota now, a 1.2 liter Toyota that operates as efficiently and as effectively as what a 1.6 Toyota used to operate at. But I would not say that we are in a position to make a decision to extend the useful life of the vehicle in terms of our policy. It's too soon. I think as we sweat those specific assets that we bring in now, like the new Toyotas, we will be able to reconsider the categories of vehicles that we make available to our clients. But again, the first principle for us is whether we are still compliant with the National Treasury regulations that we have to recover the costs. I did mention earlier, and in this annual report, we do show that as we replace vehicles, older vehicles with newer vehicles, we have seen a marked reduction in our repair and maintenance costs. So that does prove to us that if we keep vehicles within that policy life cycle that we have, we actually are saving money for GMT and our clients in the long run. But it is something that we continuously will monitor. The management of vehicles, Member van der Westhuizen, our vehicles still have the tracking devices in. You rightfully pointed out it measures excessive speed, not that you ever sped when you drove a GMT vehicle. You probably heard that alarm go off when somebody else was driving. But in addition to the speeding, the overspeeding, it also monitors harsh braking. And we will get reports on driver behavior. Now, on this point, and I think Member van der Westhuizen, you will also perhaps recall that each driver is issued with a tag, an orange driver tag, that has to be fitted in the vehicle in order for the vehicle to start. So the tracking device that we have allows us now to build up a driver profile to see which drivers possibly we could send on driver training. We may need some driver training because of behavior that our systems allow us to see. It will also put us in a position that we need to be in to be able to comply with ARTO, the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act, which will come into effect next year. I think it's June sometime. When GMT will, within a specified time frame, when GMT has to redirect a fine that is issued to the driver of the vehicle, the actual driver of the vehicle. So as GMT through the HOD, we took to provincial top management a memorandum to say that the policy that every single driver must now be issued with an orange tag. That was accepted, and we will be sending communication and assisting departments to ensure that all drivers have got those orange driver tags so that we can actually monitor how the assets of GMT are being used. With regards to the e-fuel, Member van der Westhuizen, I think you noticed correctly that we have moved away from e-fuel. In the report, we speak about that. We do have fuel cards that we issue to against the vehicle, not to individuals, against the vehicle. Now, the reason we did that was that the e-fuel cost, when we measured it against the risk, was becoming almost exceeding the risk. So we manage the risk because of the systems that we develop in GMT, and we speak a lot about the systems development, the mobile applications, etc. Our vehicles are already tracked. We geolocated every single filling station in this province already, and we're geolocating filling stations in other provinces where we've got substantial footprint, so that as a first indicator of potential fraud or corruption, if the position of the vehicle and the position of the filling station is not exactly the same or within 2 meters, then we know we need to put a block on that card. And we've done that. And there have been cases where one of our client departments has actually used information provided by GMT at a disciplinary process, and a number of officials were dismissed following the uncovering of corruption or collusion with the filling station. And of course, not all fuel fraud cases are committed by our officials. We have syndicates in this country that target fuel cards and all fleet owners. And we, again, it's part of how GMT has to stay abreast with developments in this field that we're in. So we engage with other fleet owners also to see how they combat fraud and corruption and what proactive measures they put in place to prevent fraud and corruption as far as possible, because it can be very costly to GMT, and we do report on it in our annual financial statements and in this annual report. So I hope I've answered that question, Member van der Westhuizen. Member Mvimbi's questions with regards to the conditional grants, I'm going to ask Rian to translate that for us.
Chair, through you, can the question just be repeated between the 2 pages, please?
Thank you, Rian. Sir, Honourable Vimbi, can you
as I said, Rian, the question is informed by what I read on page 74, which says these funds are classified as conditional grants and were deposited into a GMT's bank account before the orders were processed. But then
Can you just direct the page number?
74.
Okay.
Then on page 76, there is a whole explanation given there on the Constitutional Grant, Department of Public Works. It says additional grant required for procurement of 136 two-way radios. But if you look at it, the way I understand it, looked like this did not happen. I don't know, it was not implemented when we, and I was saying that I hope that's not what contributed to the delay of the deployment of the BMWs, because part of the reason that was given was that the BMWs were waiting for the installation of the two-way radios.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Rian, if you want to, you can give the technical definition of the conditional grant, but understanding your question specifically now, Member Vimbi, with regards to the conditional grants for what we call in-vehicle technology and the two-way radios, a client department, and I'm going to use another example of EMS, Emergency Medical Services. GMT will provide the vehicle, and that vehicle will be firstly procured by GMT. And in the case of an ambulance, for example, we will procure a panel van, just an ordinary panel van. And then we have got service providers that do the conversions from a panel van into an ambulance. So there are a number of steps that have to be gone through to deliver to our client, the Department of Health, an ambulance with lights on, with sirens, with the in-vehicle technology, with the markings of an ambulance, and all of that. Most of that work is done by GMT, for which the client department will pay a conditional grant for that specific technology that doesn't come with a vehicle that GMT procured. Okay, so that's the conditional grant part. Now, I can say that the conditional grants that we received from Transport and Public Works for the in-vehicle technology that we report on in here, that has been used effectively for the purpose that the grant was paid over to GMT. The in-vehicle technology, and you're right, you mentioned the BMWs. Those BMWs have gone out. And I think there's only about 13 of the BMWs that we received that will go out tomorrow, in fact, to Caledon and Swellendam. So I'm very glad that our traffic officers are now in those very safe vehicles that also has all of the necessary technology that will allow them to do their work more effectively. But Member Mimbi, I hope that answers your question specifically around the conditional grants.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Any new questions and follow-ups on the citizen?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, two issues. The first one is you've now referred to the trend in vehicles where people will fit the vehicles with smaller capacity engines, but with, let's say, turbo chargers, etc. Now, I've just quickly checked the National Department of Transport in terms of their tariffs. They do not provide for those kinds of vehicles. For them, it seems to me as if it's all old technology with a 1300 engine or a 1600 engine, etc. And indeed, I for many months believed my wife's vehicle to be a 2-liter, because I won't say what type of car she drives, but it's an A200. And now I thought it's a 2-liter engine, only to discover later on it's only a 1300 engine that's putting out that amount of power. So it seems to me as if in terms of the National Department of Transport, they do not provide for these modern trends in terms of vehicle design. The second issue is they also do not have any tariff, and I've raised this a year before, last year as well, for e-vehicles. There is just no tariff set for a government official that might decide to use an e-vehicle for private use. How will you handle that? should I claim for private vehicle use, and I'm driving an e-vehicle. Chair, and then just lastly, in terms of what you've said, that we are actually now have Western Cape vehicles being used all over the country. I'm sure that there must be an extra cost to that. The vehicle must either be delivered, or do they come and fetch the vehicle from us? If that vehicle is in an accident in Gauteng or whatever other province in Bloemfontein, where we have a lot of judges, how do we deal with those remote management situations? Do we sometimes need to put an official on an aeroplane to go and fetch a vehicle or attend to a vehicle there? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Mr. Ahmed?
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Those are very good questions. Both question 1 and question 2 relating to tariffs. Member van der Westhuizen, you are spot on. The current tariff structure, the kilometer tariff that's calculated by the National Department of Transport, does not factor in the smaller engine capacity. So it's based purely on the engine capacity, the 1.6, the 2 liter, etc. And that's how they calculate the tariffs. It is something that we as GMT Western Cape and other GMTs have raised with the National Department of Transport and National Treasury, because they work together to calculate those tariffs. And it is something that will be discussed at what we call the CCGMT, the Coordinating Committee for GMT, which in fact we are attending tomorrow in Free State. On the agenda also is exactly the point of the EVs, how electric vehicles will be charged in terms of tariffs, how those tariffs will be calculated, because there's an added element in there, which we in our EV strategy highlighted. How do we reimburse someone, an official, if that official charged the vehicle at home in the normal plug in the wall, which is probably going to be a very common occurrence. So that is something that we are working on as GMT in the Western Cape with National DOT and with National Treasury, just in terms of how we calculate tariffs for electric vehicles, and also how we adjust tariffs now, possibly, to accommodate those smaller engine capacity vehicles that have got sometimes similar repair and maintenance costs. So those elements that make up the tariffs will be hopefully reviewed by National DOT and Treasury, and we will take our cue from there. Thank you. And then with regards to vehicles all over the country, the number of vehicles that we have outside of the Western Cape is not that big yet that it has become a cost burden for us. Most of the vehicles that are outside of the Western Cape also, we ensure that they have motor plans, so that if a vehicle needs to go in for repairs or maintenance, we can phone a dealership, or an OEM rather, who will then ask one of their dealerships to collect the vehicle, repair it or service it, and then deliver it back to the client. And it has worked well. Where a vehicle has to be towed, we have got suppliers in key points that we can call on to go and collect a vehicle if needs be. And of course, that also goes for if a vehicle is involved in a crash. We do occasionally drive out to go and assist the client or collect the vehicle. It's very rarely that we will fly to a place, but if needs be, that will be done. It's part of the value proposition that we offer our clients, and our costs are covered. I can assure you of that.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Right, colleagues, one more round if need be. Going.
Anymore?
Yes, she was online, but she just stepped out off the line. Yes, certainly. Anyway, thank you, colleagues, for your engagement. I think Honorable Mamu said your robust engagement. Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister Simmers and Minister Mackenzie, for being here and answering the questions to the best of your abilities, and to our officials who left us already, and those of us who are present. Thank you for your contribution to today's meeting. And I know there are many out there who are not here, who have in a big way have contributed to the successful outcomes that the department has achieved. And I think Minister Mackenzie has sort of just mentioned it in a very passionate way about the many law enforcement officers out there who is the first face of the province, and the thousands are there, seen and unseen, who on a daily basis toil away to make this province a safer province for its citizens, and also to make us very proud. And I was told that this is the last annual report of HOD Gooch. Is that correct? I feel so sad. Anyway, from my side, you know that you have a stellar CV in terms of your skill set, your qualifications, and that in itself, since you joined the department as an HOD 10 years ago, or a little more than 10 years ago, that consistently the department received a clean audit. And I think it is in great measure attributed to your leadership, your the culture you created, and the vision that you have inspired amongst the employees. And I think that I just want to read what a colleague has said about your leadership. He said, Jackie Gooch is one of those outstanding people. A woman, a leader, you will not easily be forgotten. Jackie is known for integrity, governance, and ethics, a sharp mind, and incredible knowledge. A respectful leadership style built a team that worked tirelessly to improve the lives of the citizens of this province. A leadership style allows those around her to be innovative, and people of all levels, inside and outside of government, to thrive and be empowered through her incredible commitment to this province. And I think that what I and many of us have experienced over the past 5 years, I cannot disagree with that. That's how I got to know you, as a person of sharp wit and a robust, incredibly strong person. And I think that we should celebrate strong women and build them, and because women leadership brings something different to any organization. And for your dedication and commitment, we want to say thank you. And I was asking you whether we can't buy you a bouquet of flowers, and he says that we don't have a budget.
To declare it on my gift register check.
No, we wouldn't. Okay. So from our side, thank you. I don't know if any of my colleagues would like to say a word or two, the minister, or yourself. Minister?
Chair, no, thank you. And thank you for this opportunity, because it's very seldom that an individual can say he's worked with somebody when he was a councillor, when he was an executive councillor, when he was part of the standing committee, and when I became the minister, and that person is me. So my journey from local government to provincial government, I've dealt with Jackie Gooch on all those levels and all the previous ministers as well. And everything that the colleague who wrote that said is actually honorable and it's very true. And I do want to thank her for her service to the provincial department, but also to the provincial government as a whole, because we need to understand all of the departments as a whole make the provincial government. And this is a stellar example of what can be delivered in terms of commitment, in terms of honoring your oath of office, in her case, also the responsibility bequeathed upon her by this premier and the previous premier. And it does also speak to, what can it be possible if we all work together. And I do want to wish her well on the future endeavors, on behalf of the department, on behalf of everybody here, but also on behalf of the provincial cabinet as such, because we do wish her well in a very bright future indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. You want to? Thank you. I was just reading over one of the Sunday newspapers about the final episode of a very popular local CBC soap that's being recorded called Seven Alarm. And so when the production manager said, "Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your contribution. It's a final cut. Meetings adjourned." That everybody just started, bursting out of tears of sadness and it's a wrap, unfortunately, for many of us. And this is my last standing committee meeting dealing with the annual report. So I will be exiting this environment and leave it over to my colleagues. And I think that we all have a role to play in whichever sphere or sector we find ourselves, whether it's NGO, whether it's teaching children, school children to do their homework after school. As mundane as it is, we have that role to play. Thank you so much, and have a lovely day. Logistics forward. It's now lunchtime. Lunch is served in the members' lounge for those who are returning at 2. So the department, under the leadership of Honorable Mbimbi, will deal with I can't direct him as to how we should deal with it, but the department officials, the ministers and HED will be back at 2, and we will meet with the AG at 1:30 and the internal audit committee. So enjoy lunch, and we will see each other later. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome, my colleague. Yeah. Yeah, broer. Hoe best? Ja. Wie is je enemies? Wie is je enemies? Weet je dat? Hè? Weet je dat? Nee. Zeker. Dat is fijn spelen. Nee, maar hij is spelen. Nee, als je wil winnen, dit is gewoon. As soon as the officials have exited the meeting, we will just convene for a minute or two to decide whether we have any resolutions we'd like to adopt. Baie dankie Isaac. Waardeer jou paraatheid. Okay, I don't want to keep you long, colleagues. So I know that I'm competing now with Sia's delicious food down the passage. Any resolutions you'd like to submit?
Thank you, Chair. I've promised Johan it would be less than 20. The first one is, I think, again, also from our side, I would like the committee to congratulate both the department and GMT with their annual reports, but also the findings in the audit reports without overstepping on Scopa's territory. The second one is perhaps if we could make it a formal decision of the committee to thank Ms. Goods for her leadership in the department and also for assisting in this interim time with the changes from public works and transport to infrastructure and mobility. Then thirdly, Chair, I am highly interested in the number of vehicles that are impounded, and perhaps if you could ask for the number of vehicles in our pounds as at the end of March 2022, end of March 2023, and then perhaps end of October of this year. So we can, these are now provincial vehicle pounds. I think municipalities have their own. And then, Chair, if I could link on to what the Honourable Mvimbi has asked about the outstanding amounts, the amounts due by departments to the government motor transport. Perhaps again, if we could get those figures, we already have it, but I think it would be nice if we could get the answer with the old figures as well as the latest. Yes. So if we could have the amounts due to the government motor transport by other entities, as at the 31st of March 2022, 31st of March 2023, as well as the end of October 2023.
Yeah, I think that if you look at the outstanding amounts, we need to be able to ascertain which of those outstanding amounts were redeemed the following year. Was it just new, like the Department of Forestry and Fisheries, etc. They have over 5 million rand outstanding. So if we get for this financial year or how much was it saying? We're just going to get a figure. We're not going to know whether that amount has been sort of redeemed.
Can we? I think what you're referring to is the need for an age analysis. Perhaps if we could then also just ask what of these amounts were outstanding for more than 30 days on those dates. Thank you. End of March 2022, end of March 2023, and end of October 2023. I think that would make sense, yes.
Yeah, the resolutions. So from our side, colleagues, thank you so much for your engagements. And I think that you really made it worth it for the department officials to be here and that we're able to release some of them earlier so that they could continue with the work. En dankie dat julle vir my taak ook maklik gemaak het. Ek waardeer dit baie. En ek hoop ons sien mekaar later, ons sal mekaar weer later sien en dat ons vergadering Gegee die sonderlike uitdagings wat ek hierdie oggend ervaar het, nie my die spitsverkeer sal vasdraai vanmiddag nie. Baie dankie en die vergadering is vandag. Nee, werklik.
So speech at that end, so 1:30 in the area. Yeah, I'm just going to go